Hello, hello. 早上好，中国。现在我有冰淇淋，我很喜欢吃冰淇淋，因为冰淇淋非常好吃。Okay, hopefully that messes with YouTube's language censors enough so I don't get shot on sight for swearing. Can you guys hear me? So I talked to my I talked to my ISP, and they couldn't. They said they needed to ship me a new modem in order for me to get increased upload speed, and it still hasn't arrived. So there may or may not be around 2K ping throughout the entirety of this stream. So I I will be seeing what you guys type in chat on around a 1 to 2 second delay. Alright, so nice to meet you guys, I cannot wait to start talking about the video. I haven't felt this excited to talk about something I've made since I think I was a little kid and I made my first paper aeroplane. Okay, let's go. It's always nice to know that everything is working well enough. Okay. Might just wait for... I think around 80 something people liked the last community post, so I'm gonna wait for around 40 to drift in or so. Ice cream's good? Yeah, I agree. Oh shit, okay, I guess we're there now. Alright, let me change the BGM before we begin, so it's something that's got less rhythm to it. Okay, something a bit more chill. I can't really stream with choppy moments. Yeah, I mean, if my accent doesn't give away that I'm Australian, then the internet definitely will. Let me switch the screen. Hey guys, hello. Thank you. I'll wait until 11:10 before we start, just to give people a chance to come in if they only just got the notification via YouTube instead of Twitter. Slightly choppy? Yeah, sorry, I can't really do a lot to help with that, because my ISP just doesn't want that to happen. You know, funny story about the way I talk. So, after doing high school, for 2 years after that, when I first started university, or as some of you guys would call it, college, I did voiceover training for 2 years. And essentially what they would do is, from week to week, we would go in for a few sessions, and we would get assigned a random vocal coach from a roster. And one week, I got a vocal coach that came in, and after listening to me speak for a little bit, he said, "You don't sound Australian enough." And my natural reaction was just, what do you mean? What did he mean by this? And the weirdest part about him saying that was he then clarified what he meant by saying, "Try to sound more like a blonde Aussie surfer dude." And the funny part is, the guy was indigenous. And if you know anything about Australian history, that makes what he said even more interesting. But yeah, I mean, that's why I love Australia. Only in Australia would you get an indigenous vocal coach telling the son of Taiwanese immigrants that he needs to sound more like a blonde surfer dude. Oh, okay, yeah. Is it still buffering? Actually, can you type 1 in the chat if it's buffering to the point of being unwatchable? I'm not seeing any ones. I'm assuming that that means it should be fine. Okay, wait. Wait, just to clarify, how's the BGM? Is the BGM okay? Oh no, you guys are on like a 5-second delay on my end from when your chat messages show up and when presumably you hear what I say. I don't really sound like an Aussie? Yeah, kind of. I mean, I understand why. Because when I am narrating, I do suppress my accent a little bit. Heavy on the strine. Stanley Parable VA. I take that as a massive compliment. Stanley Parable is truly got goated voice acting. There it is. It's still buffering. No. No. This is gonna be exactly... It's gonna be exactly like streaming competitive League. Because you guys will be on a constant, like, 1 to 2 minute delay. Shit. Oh, no. Watchable, but it is buffering. Okay. Okay, so it's not that bad. It's not that, like, 0.5. Okay. Alright, so... Hopefully you guys will be okay to cope with that. But, if I restart stream, it'll stop buffering for a bit. Okay. It's bearable. Okay, that's... Oh dear, oh dear. Okay, don't worry. I'll... After I get my new modem, if I decide to do this again, hopefully it won't be nearly as bad. I would say lower the bitrate for the stream. Crook, can you help me with that? Can you just hop on Discord for a little bit? Sorry guys, this is really scuffed. Okay, I don't know if that did anything. Who is my ISP? I won't name them because the service that they've been providing would probably, I don't know, probably qualify under defamation or some shit if I get it wrong. But the BGM is slightly laggy, but it's not loud enough to hear. Okay. Chat died. No. Oh, I've only known you guys for such a short amount of time and you're already gone. Okay, so how do I... So if I go into settings, will that let me turn down the bitrate? Saying that my voice was AI. Sorry to disappoint. Stream. Output. Video bitrate. Okay, I'm gonna reduce the bitrate to like, let's say 2000 instead of 2500. Apply. Oh dear. Okay. chat might have died. Oh, no, never mind. Okay, wait, hold on. Chat's slowly coming back on my end. Okay. I reduced the bitrate, so hopefully it works. Yeah, all good. Thanks, Crook. Alright, so I'm going to just cross my fingers. It happens. Alright, I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope it doesn't instantly die. Alright, so I'm just going to start playing the stream. Just know that if I don't respond to your messages in chat, it's because you're running 1 minute behind whatever is going on my end. Alright. Okay, I'm just gonna stop the BGM and then we'll get started.
About a month ago, I released a video where I took the knowledge gained from 4 years at media school and used it to break down the nightmarish PR strategy employed by Nii Sanji in their termination of Senen Termination, aka Dokibird. This was a
So, when I was first covering this, it was just from the perspective of someone who studies media. This shit was utterly wild. I genuinely do not comprehend how any of this managed to escape their PR team, if they even have one. Because at this point, I'm sitting here and I really do believe that all of their PR team must just be some Japanese high school graduate. Because these are fundamental mistakes that they are making with their PR. Like, you would have to be colossally imbecilic to attempt to do all of the things that I listed
down
like
the nightmarish PR strategy.
Like, I get that. I get maybe I would let the first two slide if you were just a malicious company, but the other three are just. I have no words, but yeah. It should if you're using.
Employed by Nii Sanji in their termination of Senen Termination.
Is the video playing on your end? Can you see it coming through on the stream? No more buffering, we're good. Okay. Wait, so is the video playing on your end? Yeah? It worked? Oh shit. Okay, chat is unstuck. It's working, it's working. Okay. Alright. Can you guys see the video on your end? Is it playing? Okay, great. Okay, I'm just gonna keep going.
AKA Dokibird. This was a corporate PR strategy so unethical, so incompetent, and so disastrous that the fallout from it.
This moment.
Incompetent and so disastrous that the fallout.
I've only been watching VTubers for like a few months, so obviously I haven't had a lot of time to acclimatize myself to how the indie scene and how the corporate scene like interact with one another. But I have never seen so many large indies come in to dunk on a corporation before, a corporate VTubing agency before. And that was crazy to watch in real time. And honestly, rightfully so, because, I mean, there is never going to be an easier layup than what Nii has provided with the way that they terminated Selen.
From it breached containment and...
Oh yeah, this. So, I had friends who watched the first video. And again, these are people who have never heard of a VTuber, who don't know what VTubing is. And they were genuinely in shock that they were genuinely in shock when they realized that this situation was as bad as it was, and not only like bad enough to make up to cause a stink in the VTubing sphere, but bad enough to make mainstream news. And again, Polygon is like, well, I mean, it's not like Gaming Corner in terms of Gamers Rant or something like that in terms of being niche. So the fact that this whole situation managed to break out of the VTubing scene into the mainstream is still something that boggles the mind, because you have to mess up colossally in order to qualify for normie attention.
Made it into mainstream news. However, at the time that I'm editing this video, the situation seems to have settled down following her termination.
Oh, okay. You guys are still like 5 minutes, like around like 3 or so minutes behind me. The video's a bit loud. Okay, let me see if I can turn it down a little bit. Video loud and clear. Video is fine. Maybe a bit loud. Yeah. I'll only see you guys like 1 minute from when you type something. So, okay, I've adjusted the volume of the video, so hopefully it's not as loud.
Dokibird experienced a meteoric rise as a content creator and is currently thriving as an independent.
So, this is genuinely just a scenario of the best revenge is success. I was watching when this whole thing started going down, after Dokibird started properly, like, you know, getting back into streaming again and really hit her stride with terms of her channel growth and stuff. I was watching a video of one of the lawyers from Canada reviewing the entire situation, and he said something along the lines of, this fuck up by Niji will end up making Doki rich. And I genuinely do believe that she has been set up for life now because of how colossally they have fucked up in this occasion. And honestly, it's great to see. Like, this is the most satisfying conclusion to the saga that we could have gotten, in my opinion.
VTuber. And as for Nii Sanji, they've had other scandals to occupy the public's attention.
Okay. So fun fact, this sequence, the whole montage that you're about to see here, was the first sequence that I edited. So generally, the way I make a video is I pick out 3 concepts that I want to, like, you know, teach you guys. Or, so there's 3 concepts that I want to put in the video. And then for like 1 or 2 weeks, I'll just let ideas, phrases, words, whatever, like swirl around in my head. And then I'll go looking for music, because a lot of the people in the comments, and this is again something that's really gratifying to read as, you know, the editor of the video as well, mentioned how the music was synced up really well to the voiceover and to the visuals. And that's because I actually score my videos. So I'll go out looking for like a song or whatever, and when I hear a song that I think will go along well with a section of the video, I start scripting so that it matches the beats of the song. And then I'll, you know, a sequence will emerge in my mind. I'll have an idea of how I want it to look, and then I'll try editing that sequence. And if that sequence looks the way I imagined it, then that becomes like the pin that allows me to pull the entire thing together. And this sequence, when I finished editing this, I knew that this was a video that I was able to make. And the hardest part about making this sequence was trying to keep up and update it with every new yab that emerged from Nii over the course of a week-by-week basis. It was insane, the number of things that kept cropping up week by week, to the point where by the end of it, I just decided, fuck it, and instead of actually including it in the form of a sequence, I just resorted to using like symbolism to get it across, because it was that many things that happened that soon, one after another. But yeah, this was wild to watch in real time as well.
Oh my god! This is still in the works, guys. This is not ready.
They've been exposed. That being Any Color Incorporated's Nii Sanji, who recently has had an unsigned talent contract making its rounds, as originally reviewed exclusively by Florida man lawyer Legal Mindset.
There are some places where this agreement would be completely thrown out because they did not get approval under the local labor law.
The funniest thing about this was that I briefly considered going to Canadian law and picking out a screenshot from some document showing, like, you know, what their labor practices were and how Nii broke them. But this is taken straight out of Japanese labor law. So, I mean, I think it really just speaks for itself.
Labor rules.
The Reddit is a wasteland now, since they started like banning everyone who made a post that was even slightly critical. Sorry. But during this time, there was so much content on there. It was an actual never-ending goldmine of just people roasting the shit out of Nii and corporate. Out of Niji's management, sorry. So, this was just the perfect sequence of all of these posts that I could just pull out and just use to highlight how much of a colossal shit show these subsequent weeks were. Because I really do believe that, unfortunately, this will not be the first time something like this happens. And part of the reason why I wanted to make this video was so we have like a reference point that we can keep referring back to just really hammer home, in case any other corporations go for this approach, how badly it can turn out. Negligible. Negligible, by the way. Okay, so with this was when I gave up on actually including these things in an edited sequence, because there were just too many, right? And I mean, if you were on the Nii subreddit at this point, you know what these are a reference to, right? Oh shit, I just realized I wasn't in full screen for that. Oops. Okay, anyways. Hopefully this makes the visuals better. So yeah, I mean, you obviously know you have the Scarlet Starbucks cake incident. You have the they could just fucking ask incident. The best part is I'm pretty sure Claude's Oshi mark is a question mark. So I think that worked out perfectly there. And then of course you have Line in 4K and Goldfish Grandpa's ashes. And then to top it all off, you had Mint coming in from the side with the cardboard wings. That was just, ooh, that was brutal for Nii. But honestly, that was probably the best metaphor she could have come up with off the cuff for, you know, just the lack of support that Nii gives its livers.
At least regarding the termination of Senen Termination, it looks like this might just be the end of the entire saga. But that doesn't mean that this is all there is to it. A number of commenters in my last video mentioned that the
Okay, so about this. When I made that first video, and sorry, after I uploaded it, I was quite certain that I didn't want to make another Nii video, because the last thing that I want as like someone who's just getting started with making a channel and making content, I don't want to be the Nii Sanji PR channel. I don't want to be a Nii channel. Like, look at how well it's working out for their livers. But yeah, and then I started reading about it, and the shit was so fucked that I realized, oh, wait, hold on. This is a whole other set of unethical media practices that Niji's management has implemented in the way that they've done this, right? So, I mean, Witch Killer 9999, totally on the money when it comes to how Zaion's termination was exactly a one-to-one of what happened to Selen. And that I really do think, once I started looking into it, it was crazy how people were refusing to acknowledge the link between those two. Because again, when you look at it from a top-down angle, they are almost identical, pretty much. Oh, I'm just reading chat. Why am I now a minute behind? Don't worry, Paul. Everyone's a minute behind. My ISP won't have it any other way. Odds we're sleeping. Stream is catching up. Oh, it's slow, but yeah. Okay. Anyways, moving on.
Whole situation bore several similarities to something that happened almost an entire year prior. That being...
So, for the clock animation, ideally I would have wanted to set it to like 3:11 or even better 3:10, but unfortunately the animation just didn't have enough frames when I downloaded it to do that. So I had to settle for this, but it kind of works out because at this point we should all know that the termination from Niji does not end with them posting the notice online. It ends when the other livers stop talking about the termination.
Nii Sanji Yen's only other official termination. The termination of Zaion Lanza. Now, I'd only started watching VTubers in late August.
Low effort clips, Synchro is such a goated clipper, right? Funny story. So when I first started getting into VTubers, 2023 was also the first year that I decided, fuck it, I'll see what all the hype's about. And I started watching anime. And I think I started in like February. So by the time I got to around like August or whatever, I'd been kind of, how do I put this? My mind had been softened up enough to the point where I could receive the gospel of VTubing. So I came across this clip in my YouTube recommended, and I watched it. I was like, okay, these girls are unhinged, but like in a good way. This is probably the most entertaining mental illness I have ever beholden in my life. And then I totally forgot about it, right? It wasn't until like a few days later. So, okay, my first actual proper like VTubing content that I watched was Lumi Kaneko's interview with Maxor. Then from there, I kind of bounced around to watching Iron Mouse and Seadog VA, and then to Fillion. And because I genuinely do believe that Fillion is probably the best, well, at least one of the best, if not the best, VTuber for introducing normies into the sphere. Because her stuff is just so generic, like, well, I mean, it sounds like a bad word when I say this, but I mean it in the best way possible. Her stuff is just really generically entertaining and appealing. So you don't really need you don't need to be too deep in the rabbit hole to enjoy her stuff. And from her collabs, I watched her collab with Pippa, and then I was like, okay, this pink bunny is kind of funny. And then only after I started watching her streams did I realize, oh shit, she was one half of the clip that I first watched when I got introduced to VTubing. And then now we've all come full circle, and I am thoroughly embedded deep in the FaZe Connect content trenches. But yeah, FaZe Connect, actually, I will take a moment to say, every VTube clipper that I have seen, especially from FaZe Connect, has been dedicated as fuck. And so many of them are such talented editors as well. When I was trying to get background footage to play in the video, I had to look so hard to find any clips that didn't have subtitles or camera cuts or anything like that. Like, say what you want about Niji's livers or Niji's management, but their clippers are so dedicated to what they do, right? Again, hours spent in my editing time just trying to find a clip that didn't have someone else's edits on it. Because I'll be honest, you're witnessing what my internet's like firsthand. I am not going to download an entire stream VOD just to pull a little bit of background from that, a little bit of background footage from that. But yeah, moving on.
August of 2023, so I wasn't around to witness Zaion's termination, which took place in March of that year. But I was vaguely aware of two things. One, that Zaion had, to date, the shortest tenure of any talent at Niji EN, and two, that after her termination, Sayu Synchronicity, the talent behind Zaion Lanza, had gone on to release an explosive statement alleging numerous unethical work practices going on at Niji. Allegations that have had their validity.
So, again, I just want to reiterate how crazy it is that after reading her statement, Sayu's statement that is, that you wouldn't instantly make a connection between what happened to her and what happened to Dokibird when you read Dokibird's tweets about what it was like to work at Niji. Because, again, every single one of these points was brought up just, like, again, with no difference between them, just 1 year later. So, it's crazy how people didn't make the connection instantly when they got to this part of just, you know, all the documentation, all the commentary surrounding the whole, surrounding the two situations.
All but confirmed by recent events. But there's something else about these two situations that doesn't seem right. One of the things that I remember seeing in the initial wave of responses to Selen's termination was that a number of people were quick to insist that...
Okay, so the fact that Sayu is still catching shit from this... Sorry. The fact that Sayu is still catching shit from this is, again, just wild. I'm running out of words to describe it because it's so mind-numbing. When I was scrolling through Twitter, right, and again, you will notice that there are words that are highlighted in the screenshots that I showed because I was trying to like troll through to get an idea of how people responded to the situation at the time. And again, people on Twitter are just a different breed of humanity. It was... Grabbing these screenshots was a mind-melting experience. And especially... So, okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find an especially egregious
Selen's termination was that a number of...
Okay, so that first response to the situation to instantly say, no, don't compare the two, etc., etc., like, I would assume that that is just because, well, I mean, I would assume that's just because of all the negative attention around how Sayu, around Sayu at the time that she was terminated. But the thing that really blew my mind was when you had the whole Kenji versus Sayu thing popping up, I think earlier on last month or something, where you had people coming out of the woodwork to call Sayu a, how do I put this? A child enjoyer, a struggle cuddle comedian, and a backstabber. And, I mean, the last two, distasteful, hurtful, but the first one is straight up defamation. And here's the thing, right? In an ideal world where Sayu had infinite money and didn't actually have to go to court herself, I really do believe that she could sue every single person who called her a child enjoyer on social media, and she would win. But, chat, here's the thing. And this is something that I want you to really, like... I've been trying to figure out a way of putting this for so long, but I've realized that court is jail for everyone who isn't a corporation or super rich. And when you take someone to court, you are putting yourself in a cell right next to them. So I understand why she doesn't. But I honestly think that for the collective health of the internet, someday if we get a retired creator that has nothing better to do with their life, if we get one of them to like sue a random Twitter freak over defamatory comments, I really do think that will set a very necessary precedent for all of the shit slinging that you see on that side.
People were quick to insist that Zaion did not deserve to have her experiences considered in the same way as Selen's. And so, my question is, why? Why are some people so resistant to the idea that Zaion was also a victim of Niji's harmful work environment? To answer that question, I'll be breaking down how Nii handled Zaion's termination in a 3-part analysis.
So again, just another thing about how I make these videos. Generally, I try to segment things into groups of 3s. And Nii has unconsciously done me a favor by doing that, with getting all of their talent PR campaigns to also happen in groups of 3s. But yeah, I choose the number 3 because it's large enough to be a list while still being short enough to be concise. So, I mean, this video is like almost double the length of my previous one. But hopefully, if you've seen both, it didn't feel too much longer. Because again, I try really hard to stick to that like rule of 3 structure, to the way that I edit my content and the way that I script my content as well.
1. The lead-up to Zaion's termination. 2. The eerie similarities between Zaion's termination and Selen's almost a year later. And 3. The possible rationale behind Niji's approach to terminating their talents. Throughout...
I can use PDF file? Oh yeah, true. I forgot that. Mike Tyson should sue them back. Yep. I mean, yeah, all we really need is like just one big name person who has a lot of money and no more things that they want to do with life besides put people who slander them in their place.
This video, I'm going to be referring to the contents of One Girl's Story because it provides necessary additional context to the situation. Context that was omitted from Zaion's termination notice and has yet to be provided by Nii or its representative.
This whole sequence, I mean, I'm going to start... Actually, I'll wait a little bit before going into a bit more.
In any official capacity.
So, at this point, when the music in the background starts to build up, I remember this so clearly. I was just sitting on a bus going to, like... I think I got summoned for jury duty or something like that. So I was just on the bus on the way to the courthouse, and Spotify randomly started playing UNATCO Home Base. And the moment I heard it, I knew that this was the sequence I wanted to play on top of it. And again, this was one of those test sequences where once I got it down, I was like, yep, this video has to be made. I can make this video. And again, I'm just really happy with the way this turned out.
Importantly, it allows us to piece together.
Although I will say that having these effects on these clips almost crashed my laptop several times. There were multiple times when I was just like trying to like transform a clip, move it to a slightly different part of the screen, adjust the speed at which the wave warp occurs, and Premiere Pro would just freeze up. And my ass would be clenched, waiting for the whole thing waiting for my laptop to like blow up or some shit. But yeah, this was, why would you go for extreme sports when you could just edit with Premiere Pro?
A complete story may repeat itself again. This is the story of Zaion Lanza, the devil of Nii Sanji Ien. Zaion Lanza debuted on the 10th of December 2022.
Oh no, I have the stream open on my phone propped up against my laptop screen, and I'm pretty sure you guys are like around 3 minutes behind where I am right now. This is going to be a real exercise in how well I can interact with chat when there's a 3-minute lag between us. Oh dear. Ah well, again, next time. We'll get him next time. Hopefully. Hopefully next time won't be as scuffed if I choose to do this again.
As one of the original 6 members of Nii Ien's 7th generation, or wave.
The PVZ music was so perfect for this moment. And I honestly don't understand. Well, actually, I was really surprised that I hadn't seen anyone else make this joke before. Because if you think about it, Niji's approach to releasing their waves, or just trying to shotgun their talents out into the public, is exactly like how the AI does it in PVZ. Like, sure, you have a few specialist units sprinkled in among there, but for the most part, it's just trying to overwhelm the audience with sheer numbers until something sticks. Again, like, well, I mean, at this point, the zombie metaphor is unfortunately a bit more relevant than a lot of people would comfortably like. But honestly, like, again, it just, so many of these moments, it's a real problem when your corporate strategy can be boiled down to PVZ, is all I'm gonna say.
As they call it. Soleil. Alongside her were Kotoka Torihime, Maloko Kyoran, Hex Haywire, Vermilion, and Doppio Dropscythe.
There was a comment that happened, I think 1 or 2 days ago, where someone was just timestamping this moment and saying, no, please, tell me you made that up. Tell me his name isn't Doppio Dropscythe. And look, I'll be honest, some of these names, some of the attempts at alliteration in these names are a little cringy, a little bit. But again, the guy seems to be pretty chill. So if he can make that name work for him, all the more respect to him, right? But yeah, it has to be rough being called Doppio Dropscythe as your stage name. It's like the shonen version of being a stripper, you know?
Remember these names because they'll be important later. Not even 3 weeks after her debut, Zaion would announce that she was going on a last-minute family trip starting from the 30th of December until the 10th of January. An odd move for a talent so soon into her career, especially since this meant that she had to cancel a New Year's countdown stream that she had previously promised her fans. And what's more, this was a lie. In actuality, Zaion had been given a...
So, again, when you read through Sayu's statement, this entire section of her statement where she details how soon into her start she was being suspended, as well as the reasons for her suspension, at this point, it's already really, really clear with any sort of like corporate experience that something is very wrong, that she is being singled out in some way. And again, I do have a rant about this, but we'll get into that later on in the stream.
A suspension by Nii and had allegedly been pressured by management into disguising this as a voluntary break in her public announcement. The reasons for this suspension were never publicly clarified, but in Sayu's document, she states that these included playing a Genmate's cover song on stream without prior authorization, playing games on stream using accounts that exist.
The pronunciation for Kotoka. Is it Kotaka? I think I heard from some people who were... I think I saw someone reacting to my video who said Kotaka instead of Kotoka. But yeah, that's I don't I think that's just because I'm Australian. I think that's why. But yeah.
Listed from her VTubing career prior to joining Nii, and trying to...
Okay, so out of these three reasons, only one I could see that maybe being a problem, and that's the copyrighted cover song on stream. But then that's me not knowing how copyright law works. So, and again, I'm just gonna ask this as like a rhetorical question because I know you guys are only going to be seeing this 3 minutes after I ask it. But is it like a thing where if you get the authorization to do a to cover a copyrighted song, then you can just play that copyrighted song forever afterwards? Or is it like a use by use basis? Because if it is a use by use basis, then again, I understand why this was a problem. But again, suspending her for using in-game accounts that were made before she joined Nii, and especially the last one, is insane. So honestly, at this point, they were already kind of reaching to find things that could be used against her or to justify their punishment of her. And again, we'll get into later on in the stream why that might have been the case.
To directly contact a manager. Now, as unreasonable as some of these justifications are, what's even more unsettling is how Zaion's own words were used to hide her suspension from the public, instead of any official statement from management. When you're trying to get a feel for a corporation's communication strategy, taking note of who you don't hear from in their communications is just as important as taking note of who you do hear.
When they did a message from Nii Sanji EN, I was very surprised that they were willing to show these screenshots in the stream. Because this confirms that they could have gotten a member of management to speak publicly about the issue, but they chose not to. And as a result, you had Millie playing defense for them instead. And this has been a point that other people have raised before me, but throughout the entire time that Nii has been operational, they have not had a single spokesperson for management. If you look at every other VTubing corpo, right? Let's say Hololive, FaZe Connect, Idol, what else is there? Vshoujo. We all have the public has a good idea of what management is like for each of these people. For Vshoujo, for FaZe Connect, for Idol, for Hololive, all of their CEOs are very public figures. But on top of that, for the case of FaZe Connect and Vshoujo in particular, we hear about what their managers are like very often from the talents. And, well, I honestly think that Vshoujo has gotten a bit of an artificial boost as a side effect of becoming the Nii Rehabilitation Center. But, again, we have a great idea of what management is like for almost every other comparably big corpo, except for Nii. And Riku, he is not a public figure. He is not a spokesperson. He's like an absent father that only shows up because the government sent him an email asking him why he isn't paying child support, right? He would never work as the public face of the company. And especially when you have a JP and an EN branch, you would most likely want a spokesperson that would work for each. Because again, the JP and the EN audiences need different things, want different things, and therefore will require two different sets of skills to represent to the public. And the fact that Nii has not bothered to do that was something that I first assumed was just incompetence, and it could be that as well. But I really do believe, after looking into this situation a bit more, that it is also a conscious choice to minimize the accountability of management while making talents more of a meat shield. And again, your talents are your primary resource, so using them in that way is completely fucked. because you can use your talents as PR in the same way as you can use children for labor. It's just that you shouldn't, because it's not good for them and it's unethical. And the fact that they don't seem to grasp this, I struggle to comprehend how they managed to get as large as they did while all of this was going on behind the scenes. Riku's luck must have been insane, but it must have been on loan because of everything that's going on nowadays.
From exnomination is the practice of deliberately excluding someone's voice from a public discourse, usually to enhance the clarity of your message by silencing those who might disagree with you.
Okay, so the way that exnomination is used, whenever I introduce any sort of like media concept to you guys, nothing gives me a better feeling than when I see people in the comments making connections between the concepts that I show in these videos and stuff that goes on in real life. Because every one of these concepts can be applied to every aspect of media that you get exposed to, even outside of VTubing. So something that I will point out with exnomination in particular, right, is that it is a very common tool in just news media, because news media always wants to try to look objective, which means that sometimes if they want to present something as more of a fact that you should absorb than a discussion that you need to have, they'll just exclude one side from any sort of public discussion or story coverage or whatever. But the way that exnomination is used is, how do I put this? For example, right? Let's say that the news is covering a strike, a workers' strike against an employer. The news might go out onto the street and interview these striking workers, and there might be no comments from the employer at all in the entirety of the news story. Now, on the surface, you might view that as a good thing, right? Oh, these workers that are frustrated with their working conditions are getting more time to say their piece. However, you also have to take into account that by portraying them as the only party that is speaking, the news is also portraying them as the only party that is making a fuss. And this is a tactic that employers, I think in the early 1950s, 60s, I'm not quite sure about that one, but this is a strategy that employers would use to shut down news coverage of strikes by portraying the strikers as the only people instigating the inconvenience to the consumer, and by excluding their own presence, their own voice from any media coverage of the strike. They would essentially exonerate themselves of any responsibility for the consequences of that strike happening, right? And we see the exact same thing happening here with the way that Nii has gone about terminating Zaion.
However, that's not the only way exnomination can be used, because sometimes the voice you want to keep the public from hearing isn't someone else's, but rather your own. It's pretty hard to criticize the actions and intentions of a faceless entity, but it gets even harder when those actions and intentions are skinwalking beneath.
I am so glad that I found this. Sorry, I'm so glad I started watching some of like the edited content that other people in the VTubing sphere started putting out about Nii before I decided to make this video. So, for example, I only realized that this asset was a thing after watching one of Parrot 4chan's videos, and the moment I decided to make this video, I was like, yeah, I need that asset. I need that asset. And so, again, the fact that if anyone is ever thinking of making like a video on a topic or whatever, I thoroughly recommend just like spending at least a few weeks, if not a few months, just allowing yourself to watch or just absorb all the content that gets made, because that's how people find commonalities, like, for example, like assets that you can use, sound effects that can fit in whatever you want to say or something like that. But yeah, this asset, pure gold. I'm really glad that I knew that it existed before I started making this video.
The words and faces of people you've come to trust. What Zaion's first suspension demonstrated was that, where possible, Niji's management will always avoid speaking up for themselves to the public, while simultaneously trying to hide their true intentions behind the words and faces of its talents. Remember this.
Totally Sane is so goated for providing this piece. This saved me so much time in editing, just being able to have this one image that I could use to perfectly show the dynamic and the problem that I was describing. So yeah, Totally Sane, if you're watching or if you end up seeing this, you are a goated artist. Thank you very much for giving me access to this, for allowing me to, well, actually, I shouldn't say that, for providing the internet with this artwork that I then stole to use in this video.
Point, because we'll be coming back to this later. Upon returning, Zaion would do her best to continue streaming as usual, an endeavor that lasted until the 8th of February, when Niji announced that Zaion would be suspended indefinitely, citing compliance.
Okay, so another thing, when it comes to Niji death flags, when they start providing details, specific reasons for suspending somebody, that's when you know something is very wrong. Because we know that Niji is perfectly fine with doing stealth suspensions. I had a stroke there. But when they don't even bother hiding it anymore, that's when you know that they've thoroughly locked in on a certain path. A path that will most likely end with something very awful happening to the liver.
Issues. 47 days. That's how long Zaion was allowed to be a Niji liver for, because on March 10th, 2023, just over a month into her indefinite suspension and exactly 3 months after her debut, Nii Sanji Yen would announce the termination of its contract with Zaion. In media school, one of the things that you'll learn about.
Actually, I'll just let this section of the video play before I go on ranting even further, but
in your first or second year is that news media can create problems. And I don't mean misinformation or defamation.
As someone who studies media, one of the worst parts of learning what I learn is realizing how much of the hours of ethics, all of the pages of, practice guidelines that we are supposed to follow do not actually apply in the real world. It is so depressing to learn that journalists should be bound by XYZ sets of principles in their work, and then actually go and watch the news and see how often they fail at doing so. And the most psychic damage that I have taken in the past few weeks has been just making the mistake of keeping up with Australian news and Australian journalism. Okay, so I'll go through each one of these examples individually. So, the Daily Mail once published a commentary column on the front page, I believe, where they outright said, oh yeah, MMR causes autism, and they just kept doing that. I think it took a while before they were capable of, issuing a retraction and presumably booting this journalist off of their team. But journalists get away with fucking murder when they put out stuff nowadays. And again, to some extent, I don't really blame them. Well, actually, no, I shouldn't say that, because I do blame them. To some extent, I can understand. I can't empathize, but I can understand why they would push out content that has a reckless disregard for what their content could potentially inspire. Because, above all, whenever I've heard a lecturer with actual experience being a journalist talk about being a journalist, the one thing that gets emphasized above ethics, above practice, above the love of writing or the craft of journalism is how much they are scared of their editors, how much they are pressed to meet deadlines. And again, journalism as an industry sounds like just as much of a meat grinder as Nii has been, for a reference, I guess. Honestly, I might have a future stream where I just rant about how bad it is to how bad a state media is in, or how much I've come to hate journalism as a result of studying media. But yeah, I honestly don't understand how you can graduate with a media degree and still want to be a journalist. With the exception of Nepo babies. With Nepo babies, I'll understand if that's what you want. But yeah, this is wild. Also, I believe this is I could be wrong here. I think this was a German paper where, again, the title really says it all. Top journalist faked stories for years. Now, the worst part is whenever one of these news organizations fucks up royally, or whenever their journalists make some sort of mistake, if it can be hidden, it will be hidden. And that shit is maddening to me. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to tell you guys a story. So, when we have part of our degree is getting sent off to do an internship with a larger established corporation, organization, or company. And when we were getting our orientation for this subject, one of our lecturers had a cautionary tale for all of us to hear. She told us a story about a young female university student who was in her final year looking for an internship, and who interned at one of our at one of the news organizations, one of the local newspapers around our areas. And of course, when you're a student intern, pretty much everything that is said by an editor or anyone who's above you in that organization is gospel, because you are relying on them to give you the points that you need, or to give you the positive feedback that you need to graduate from that course and graduate with your degree. Now, at some point, a controversial media figure online, I think the way that our lecturer put it was like Sigma male influencer or something like that, was coming over to Australia, and the newspaper editor went up to this intern and said, "Make us a hit piece." Not word for word what they said, but essentially what they said was, "Make us a hit piece about this person." And because she was just a final year media student intern, she did that. And then she went back, said, "The story's complete. What do I do now?" This newspaper said, "Publish it on your personal Twitter." At this stage, alarm bells should be going off in your head, because for an employer, any media employer, let alone a newspaper, to say that is a huge red flag. Because, again, you are working as an intern for them. Nothing that they ask you to write should be posted on your personal accounts. But again, she was a final year media student that needed this internship to go well so she could graduate. So she did. She posted it on her personal Twitter and made it public. This girl got torn to shreds on there. Basically got chased off of the platform. And again, by the time this all went down, by the time our lecturers became aware of the situation, I mean, they pulled her out of the internship, obviously. But at that point, the damage had already been done. And the worst part? This is just a hushed up story that no one except the people taking this subject will ever know, because the newspaper itself never issued a public apology. There were never any stories written about this happening in the paper. Everything is just alleged. For legal reasons, I want to reiterate, this is all just a story. just a theory. But yeah, newspaper, like mainstream journalism, fucked practice. Also, these two headlines. I think about a few weeks ago now, there was a stabbing. There was a mass stabbing happening in Bondi Junction, which is an area in Sydney, Australia, and the news picked the wrong guy and started running headlines about how this guy called Benjamin Cohen, I think some student from Sydney University or something, was the perpetrator. I mean, obviously that he wasn't the perpetrator, because they caught the real guy. They shot the real guy dead, and then his identity was confirmed later. But they ran with this story immediately, and it spread throughout the world. And I'm hoping that the guy's being compensated somehow. But, like, again, the fact that this can even happen is wild to me. But yeah, again, no major consequences. They did issue a public apology. We don't know how much he got as a settlement for being defamed. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to news, and again, I can't reiterate this enough. These two things, misinformation, defamation, these are the gentlest of the crimes that mainstream news can commit against the population. The real kicker is what we're about to talk about next in the video.
Or, games journalism. I mean that media outlets can make almost anything look like a problem that threatens the whole of society. And they do this by creating a phenomenon known as a moral panic. A moral panic can be defined as a public outcry that emerges in...
So, again, you will recognize this pattern. So once you've been given a name for this, you will probably start to see this everywhere, because it is everywhere. But where it starts to become problematic is when seemingly the entirety of a News Corp will pick out one topic, one person, one event, and then make that a news story that is run for weeks on end. And again, whenever you see that happening, whenever you see a strange coincidence in that all of these newspapers, all the news channels, whatever, start talking about the same thing in the exact same way, then while I'm not going to say straight out don't believe it, because sometimes they do get things right, definitely don't view it as just objective fact.
Response to a condition, event, person, or minority that has been portrayed in the media as a threat to...
Okay, so I'm going to go through each of these individually.
Can be event, person, or minority.
Okay, so with COVID, right? That is one of the few cases in which I think a moral panic was justified. Because, again, the media coverage of it really helped with coordinating lockdown responses and stuff like that, convincing people that this was a threat that we needed to take seriously. However, when you think back, I want you all to think back to when the news first started covering COVID. And one thing that you might pick up is that the news would go about interviewing a lot of different people, right? They would interview experts. They would interview doctors. They would interview, people who were ambulance drivers or whatever. They would interview WHO experts. They would interview people who had lost loved ones as a result of COVID. But I don't think I remember, at least early on in the pandemic, I don't think I remember a single case where as someone who had survived COVID was shown on the news. And that is a deliberate choice. Again, for this particular example, I do think it was necessary, but we've had studies done in the last 1 or 2 years where people have been surveyed on how likely they are to believe the news when it comes to matters of, a pandemic spreading, or when it comes to medical information. And recent surveys have picked up that the percentage of people who who distrust the news has gone up. So again, while a moral panic can be an effective tactic, it does have impacts on your ability to do the same thing in the future. And I do worry that if we do have, when we have another pandemic situation, because at this point it's pretty much inevitable, a lot of experts have agreed on that, that we will have a second pandemic at some point. The news won't be as effective because they've burned through at least a little bit of the public's ability to trust them by using this as a tactic to spread awareness of the pandemic. And I do think that that is a pretty big problem, that at some point news organizations, state media as a whole, is going to have to address. The toilet paper thing, pretty goofy. If you've watched internet historian videos about the pandemic happening, then you would know that in Australia, what essentially happened was when the lockdowns were first announced, people would go out, stock up on toilet paper, and then people would start taking photos of the empty shelves where the toilet paper once was. And then after those empty shelves were spread around on the internet, the news picked up on it. And the news had really weird messaging around it because they were like, oh, don't go out and hoard toilet paper. Don't go out and buy toilet paper. But it's all running out. But don't go and buy it. But don't you hoard. But it's running out. And they would keep reiterating that over and over, which would make more people aware of the situation. And in anticipation, they would go out and buy more toilet paper. And the cycle would repeat as the issue got worse. And what's really interesting is that this cycle spread to other countries as a result. Other countries caught Australia's toilet paper-tism from our media, which, again, is depressing and amazing at the same time. Okay, another thing. Andrew Tate. We are going to speak about him later on in the stream when I just, he's a very prime example of a moral panic that actually makes the subject of it stronger, because his popularity, if anything, was boosted by the coverage that he got from the media. Again, I really do believe that Andrew Tate was a bad person who made good points. And because the media was incapable of portraying that, or at least acknowledging that aspect of his public persona, they failed royally in trying to get people to become aware of what aspects of his messaging were bad for people. Because there were several parts of his messaging that were very bad, but the media kind of fell flat on all of them. And finally, minorities, right? When I say minorities, when anyone says minorities, everyone thinks of like gender identity, sexuality, race, age. I don't mean that. I mean minority in the simplest definition of the word, which is just a subsect or a small group of society. And the thing is, right, the media does not discriminate on the basis of just sexuality, gender identity, race, or age. The media will pick any minority to turn into to make a moral panic about. And as much of a meme as it sounds like, gamers are a minority, and they are very much a minority that the media has been going out of its way to demonize for a while now. Have you noticed, for the people who play Helldivers, or the people who are keeping up with the Helldivers drama, have you realized that a large number of gaming publications, when they were covering the issue, they always phrased the protest around it as sounding like it was just a bunch of pissy PC players getting mad that they would have to make an extra account, instead of focusing on the fact that it was a policy that was being retroactively enforced, despite the fact that it wasn't clearly advertised to consumers at the time that the game was being released. And again, they didn't outright say anything like, oh, PC gamers are bitches and crybabies, but the way that they covered the there very much lent itself to that interpretation of events. And there are so many cases of this happening throughout history. One of the earliest studies done on moral panics and how they emerge is a case study of a small subculture in Aberdeen, Scotland, at some point in the late 1990s, although I could be getting these dates wrong. Basically, there was a bunch of young people who based their entire identity around liking fast cars. And one day the media kind of just decided, fuck these, okay, a good thing I stopped myself there. Fuck these people, right? We are just going to turn them into a problem for society, so that we have our devil of today. And essentially what they would do is they would try to define the entirety of this subculture around a few people who like to drag race publicly in their cars. And by focusing on that particular aspect, that one minority of extremists in that minority, the minority within the minority of extremists, they would essentially be able to portray this entire subculture as a problematic part of society. These people became known as the boy racers, if you want to Google it yourself. And again, studying how the media ran with this story has given us quite a lot of insight in terms of media theory as to how moral panics are created and developed. So yeah, I hope that was somewhat educational. I kind of rambled on a bit towards the end, but yeah. Did they declare war? Yeah, they did declare war on petrol heads. That is exactly what they did. Gaming journalists are awful. Yep. Yep. Gaming journalists they do have a very, well, okay. This is a joke, but it's a joke that kind of reflects reality. I think all journalists to some extent hate, like, the population that is supposed to read their stories. Or at least that's the impression that I'm getting of the news nowadays. Which is, again, it is kind of sad. I have never seen an era where journalism focuses so much on filleting corporations and shitting on everyday people. And it's depressing to see.
That has been portrayed in the media as a threat to society itself. This is usually done through a 4-step process. First, a target subject is identified as an emerging problem. This problem is...
So, again, I want to really reiterate that the example that I've given here of, like, the Australian toilet paper thing, this was not a problem until the media made it a problem. So this whole process has the potential to essentially create issues out of nothing, which is what makes moral panics so dangerous, even if they're being used to tackle an issue where the attention is arguably urgently needed, like COVID. Because again, there will be repercussions in the future that flow on from the way that we're covering things now. Also, again, the subtitles that I added, they aren't quotes. Surely you would all recognize that. But I think they're funny.
Is then exposed as a threat by media outlets, usually in a way that strips it of nuance and or context.
Demon Raccoon. Anger drives engagement. Engagement drives ad revenue. That is a point we will get to in a second.
Then, trustworthy commentators are brought in to tell the public.
I didn't even know that this... Actually, this sounds pretty stupid now that I say it out loud. I didn't know that this supermarket brand had a CEO. So when I saw him pop up on the news, I was quite surprised, because I honestly thought that, well, actually, you know what? Never mind. I'm just going to stop talking.
How the threat should be perceived and how it should be dealt.
Okay, this joke. Okay, again, not a quote, not even a representation of what he actually said in that interview, but this is a joke based on something that actually happened. So I think either in 2019 or 2020, the Australian government tried to initiate a policy where they would take any criminal that had a New Zealand citizenship and try to deport them to New Zealand, regardless of whether they actually had a real link in everyday life to New Zealand or not. So there was a stage where Australia tried to do to New Zealand what Britain did to Australia like hundreds of years ago, which I just think is like kind of funny.
Dealt with before, finally, the threat is neutralized, having either been completely annihilated in the public sphere or simply fading into obscurity. Regardless of whether a moral panic is justified or not, it's an emotionally taxing way of getting people to care about an issue, one that bears a human...
Okay, this. So, when I saw the Scale thing pop up... Sorry, just give me a second. I'm gonna grab a drink of water. I think my throat is starting to die a little bit. Okay, so where was I? Oh yeah. When I first saw the Scale stuff that was going down on Twitter with the Palestine thing, I was so mad. Watching this was so fucking... Okay. It's hard to even get the words out because it's so fucked on so many degrees. So, first thing. The guy who made the initial point that, oh, don't refer to genocide as politics. Utter horse shit. Again, not my proudest moment, but I did end up writing a Reddit post about this at some point. But yeah, genocide and politics are... Genocide, we should never forget that genocide is a potential strategy that politicians will resort to. Genocide is a tactic that politicians have used to consolidate their political power throughout history multiple times, right? And to forget that is to undermine the significance in the relationship between genocide and politics. Also, why the fuck are you bringing up politics in somebody's stream who isn't even discussing that matter? And this kind of activism is so brain dead for so many reasons, because I genuinely do feel like consent is grossly undervalued in all areas outside of sex. When you want people to talk about an issue, when you want people to become aware about an issue, when you want people to give your cause attention, consent should be established beforehand. Because whether people like it or not, there is a limit to human compassion. There is a limit to human empathy. And when you're tired from a long day at work, when you're just trying to get by, when you're just trying to unwind for the day, right? Then you don't want to hear this. And even if you do hear it, all that is accomplished is that you're now disengaged and depressed. And okay, we call it slacktivism. Yeah, that is one word for it. But I'm going to give you guys a new word, right? Have you ever, and I'm going to refer specifically to the Israel-Palestine conflict for this. In the first week that the conflicts really started escalating, did anyone here look at their social media feeds or timelines and see a slow flood of humanitarian aid requests, announcements, posts, whatever, start to pop up? Actually, wait, I just realized you guys are on a time lag. So yeah, I'm going to make this question rhetorical instead. So yeah, if you do notice that, and I'm telling you guys this because you've been good enough to give me your time, and I really appreciate that. So I want to give you a name for something that you can better identify, so you can better identify it, and also give you the tools to defend yourself against something I'm about to name for you. If you ever feel numb when you see something horrible happening to someone in a global conflict or an internationally reported on conflict, and you just feel numb, you are not a bad person for feeling that way. You are not at fault for feeling that way. This is actually a real phenomenon that we learn about in media school called compassion fatigue. Essentially, what happens is every time you get exposed to an example of human tragedy, people getting hurt, people getting shown that, showing you being shown people, dying, being left homeless, starving, etc., a tiny cut is made on your brain, right? I want you to visualize it that way. Over time, people tend to diverge into one of two extremes. Either they develop a thick layer of scar tissue over their brain from that repeated damage, which then leaves them feeling completely numb and dissociated from all of this, or, as is the case with people who have a higher degree of empathy than others, they kind of bleed out, right? They can't cope. And more often than not, the overwhelming majority of people will simply go numb to it, right? Compassion fatigue is a real issue because the apps, the platforms that show these humanitarian requests, they don't give a shit about how you feel. They don't give a shit about the humanitarian issues. They are designed to take the thing that makes you human, your ability to feel empathy, sympathy, compassion for people you've never met before, and fuck it until it gives them money. All they care about is engagement. Whenever you approach any corporation, any social platform, you must go into it with the mindset of you are not a person to these corporations. You are barely a consumer. What you are is a resource, an endless well of attention, time, and engagement. You are not the slave working in the fields. You are the river. You are the dirt. You are the oil underneath the ground, okay? And again, it's depressing, but it's realistic. So again, when you engage with these posts, the algorithm, okay, so, and this out of context, this will sound pretty bad, but, and I'm telling you this because I want you guys to stand the best chance possible of, defending yourself against this. When you see a humanitarian post pop up in your timeline or in your feed, do not comment on it. Do not like it. Do not share it. Because the moment you do, something will trip off in the algorithm, an alert that will tell it that you are interested in engaging with this content. And then it will start to flood your feed with that exact same content until your feed or timeline is homogenized. And the human brain was never designed to handle that amount of tragedy happening to other human beings. So, again, do not engage with any of these posts for the sake of your own mental well-being. If you really want to spread this message, right? Instead of engaging with the post directly, if you really want to share it, screenshot it, and share the screenshot, or better still, make your own version of whatever visual they've used. If you want to engage with the site that's being advertised to you, turn on your VPN, or if you don't have a VPN, download one, and open a new browser, and go to the website directly. Because that way, you get to skip over these social platforms' algorithms, telling them that this is all you want to see in your feed, right? And if your response to that is, that takes too much time, that takes too much effort, honey, that means you were never interested in the humanitarian aspect to begin with. So, yeah. Again, it kind of, it's just a fucked situation. And, oh, actually, yeah. I wanted to show you guys this. So, not only is the issue of compassion fatigue something that really gets in the way of humanitarian aid requests, because again, actually, if you are someone who is engaged with humanitarian issues or who's part of like a humanitarian aid organization, how do you get around the issue of compassion fatigue? Well, here's the thing. And I'll tell you a story about, I'll tell you a personal story about how my engagement with Israel-Palestine on social media went. So in the first week that the conflict started escalating, I started getting ads on my Instagram feed about the situation. Now, again, I would stop and read some of these ads. I would open up the descriptions, read them, etc. By the end of 3 days, I was no longer reading the descriptions. By the end of 6 days, I was just scrolling past them. And after that point was reached, for the 2 weeks after that, there was only one post that I stopped scrolling to read. And that was a post where instead of just showing me a photo of, children covered in rubble, or it was an announcement that an org, I don't remember what its name was, had managed to that gave me stats on how much aid, how many bags of flour or something had been delivered to the people as a result of the donations given. That was the only one I stopped to read. So if you are someone who works for a humanitarian organization or who has any business trying to promote a humanitarian cause, you need to switch up. And again, this is going to sound really callous, because unfortunately it is. You are going to need to switch up the way that you try to reach your viewer base. Because when you advertise a social cause on a social platform, you are forced to play by the rules of that platform's method of engagement. And I promise you that if you try to get out a humanitarian cause on social media, it will be cramming for space with at least thousands of others. And at the end of the day, right, the users who are on these social platforms are going to have to see all of them. And again, it's not a competition. The thing about victimhood is that it's not a competition, even though social media has kind of trained us to think of it as one, which means that the suffering of the people who you are trying to make others aware of is important. But the suffering that people on these apps will end up accruing is also relevant, because if it gets to a certain point, they won't make an announcement about it. They'll just start scrolling past your message, right? And this is something that every humanitarian org needs to realize. And to really hammer home the idea that these apps do not care about either how you feel as a user or how these social issues do in terms of how much attention they receive, I want to tell you about Facebook's emotional contagion study. So, in 2014, so that's like almost 10 years ago now, Facebook initiated an experiment using their app with almost 700,000 users, where they would try to see if the stuff that they showed on their platform could affect the way their users feel. Again, this is very important. Not a single one of these research participants were informed that this experiment was going on, and not a single one of them was asked for their consent before this experiment was initiated. So, again, they was essentially turned into guinea pigs without ever being told about it. So what Facebook would do is, for several days at a time, for these users, they would throttle the number of positive posts shown in their timelines, and then they would sit back and observe whether these users would begin reacting to other stuff with more of a negative or a positive slant. And again, as you can predict, when they throttled the amount of positive posts, when they allowed negative posts to take over the feed of these research subjects, these non-consenting research subjects, the subjects ended up expressing more negative emotions, and presumably feeling more negative emotions as well. Then they flipped it. They tried throttling the number of negative posts that filled a viewer's timeline. And and then I just realized the window isn't showing. Ah, shit. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can fix the. Oh wait, no. It does seem to be showing. Never mind. Maybe the stream isn't updating on my phone. But yeah, so then they would do the opposite, right? They would throttle the number of negative posts, allow the feeds to become dominated by positive ones, and then again, the subjects would show more of a positive expression of emotion throughout their interactions with other things on the platform. So what Facebook managed to prove using this is that emotions are contagious, especially across social media. And again, Facebook was never actually penalized for this, I believe, or at least they weren't meaningfully penalized for this. And what makes it even worse is they haven't taken account of that fact that they have now gained from non-consensual research in their algorithms today, because the same thing still happens. Their algorithms are designed to do one thing: pick up on patterns in what you seem to be interested in engaging with, and then keep flooding your feed with that same content, regardless of what that content actually is. So again, they've managed to prove that emotions, especially negative ones, are contagious, but they haven't actually taken any steps to limit the effect that that has on users on their platforms today. And again, we can go back to the Israel-Palestine thing as an example of that. Ardent Top, that is we do call that an unethical experiment. This was universally panned by experts and academics, by the way, as being an unethical study. And I mean, some of the people behind it they essentially just shrugged their shoulders and went, yeah, we kind of caused a bit of anxiety to the people involved, but you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet. And that, again, this really shows they don't care, right? Okay, oops. But yeah, in case you're interested in looking into this further, there were a few research papers that were written using the data that we now had access to as a result of Facebook's violation of academic practice. But it did yield, as much as I hate to admit it, it did yield useful data for studying how emotions spread online. So in case you're interested, you can go to this paper, and it'll tell you more about what happened as a result of this experiment. But yeah, long story short, if you feel numb when you look at horrible things happening to other people over the internet, that's not your fault. That's the fault of the platforms that you're viewing the content from.
And cost that often cancels out the value of any awareness achieved. And what's more, this isn't a phenomenon unique to news outlets. In fact, moral panics have been co-opted as publicity strategies.
So, in case you ever needed an actual academic term to describe what VTweeters are doing, now you have one. This whole process of taking moral panics as a media strategy and implementing it on an individual level is such a cancerous approach to gaining publicity. But I mean, again, it's an approach that is incentivized on especially Twitter as a platform. One other thing that I want to address. When I blur out names in tweets, I don't have to do that. These people, all three of them, they made public posts on a public platform with the intention of gaining public followings, clout. So honestly, if I wanted to show their usernames, I was perfectly within my rights to do so. So again, I do this as a courtesy, not out of necessity. And while it is something that I've resolved to do at the moment, I mean, look, it's perfectly legitimate if other people in their videos covering Twitter brain rot like this do not blur out the names. So, yeah. Honestly, I feel like if you are a VTweeter, just don't use this as a method of farming a following. It's bad for everyone in general. It's bad for people who actually, I mean, again, this is something that's been said by a lot of people before me. But if you do something like this, it's bad for people who genuinely want to engage with the issue that you are feigning, indignation over. And it's bad for the creators that you rope into this. Because again, no one wants to be turned into a stool for someone else to stand on so they can make a political point, right? Because again, this is a very cynical approach to doing things. And people aren't stupid. Your average person isn't dumb, even though your average group might be. Your average person isn't stupid. They can see through how this isn't a genuine expression of concern over the issue, but just an attempt at getting attention so that you can translate that into a following. So just don't do that. It's bad for everyone.
Strategies on social media by individual users and corporate PR strategies.
So yeah, you can now officially make the comparison between Nii Sanji corporate and VTweeters.
We know from looking at Zion's brief career that Niji's management had already singled her out as a possible problem early on in her tenure. However, what really gives away their attempts at manipulating public perception is how they executed the termination itself. When you read through
This bit of stock footage here, that little bit of stock footage, I spent quite a while on YouTube trying to look for something similar that would fit as well, and I just couldn't find it. So at the end of the day, I ended up going on something called Envato to find an element. And then I found this almost instantaneously. So in case there's anyone who's watching who's interested in doing like content creation or anything like that, the two services that I've used, actually no, the three services that I've used so far that have been absolute godsends while I'm editing this video when it comes to like looking for stock footage, looking for assets, even looking for sound effects or music. They've been Epidemic Sound, Envato Elements, and Mr. Horse for just editing and effects, right? So again, if you're interested in making content, I thoroughly recommend all three of those resources, at least having a look at them. They can add up in terms of priciness when it comes to a subscription, but I mean, if that is what you're willing to pay for it, then they definitely do tend to make your life a bit easier.
Zion's termination notice for the first time, one of the things that might catch your attention is the veritable laundry list of alleged offenses. Some of these bullet points are vague enough that you'd question why they were even included. For example, comments that can be...
Again, it really boggles the mind that people didn't instantly read this termination notice and go, yeah, they're kind of reaching a little bit with some of these. Because comments that can be considered offensive to the rights holder of a game during a stream. In Sayu's document, she specifies that this was as a result of her saying that Yuno's UI was bad. And honestly, again, that is just wild to me. Because... I mean, I go into it later on.
Considered
right
offensive to the rights holder of a game during a stream could mean anything from joking about a publisher's affinity for breast milk to complaining that...
That was such a perfect clip for this moment. The moment I decided I was
about...
going to use the Blizzard breast milk example as a way of just showing off how ridiculous this accusation was,
a publisher's
that part of that Maxwell video just fits so perfectly.
For breast milk to complaining that a game is less action than transaction.
Well, this screenshot really just this just speaks for itself, honestly. The state of AAA gaming.
Other alleged infractions are blatantly misleading, such as expressing her will to perform streams using illegal games, also referred to as pirate.
Get it? Get it? Because Skull and Bones should be illegal as a game.
Games, which, according to Sayu's document, references an occasion where Zaion told her chat that she used to play ROM hacks, technically a form of piracy, but with no...
Oh yeah, I recently watched that video as well. Yeah, Actman saying pre-order. That is iconic. I definitely want to use that soundbite in something in the future. It's just such, the way he reads it as well is just so full of like so much oomph behind the way that he says it.
No indication that she intended to do so again, let alone on stream. But there's one infringement in particular that would go on to become a common talking point in subsequent discussions about the situation, and that is the fourth dot point: offensive remarks regarding discrimination and SA.
Oh, Victor Jr. Araneta. Be wary of epidemic sounds. They have a habit of striking down videos of people who are no longer subscribed to them. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Well, I mean, now all of you hopefully should have that as a disclaimer. If you don't intend on keeping your subscription to Epidemic Sounds, you may be forced to go back through your content and just mute some portions of the videos where you did use their music underneath it. I mean, so far it's been working out pretty well for me. But again, if you do start subscribing to them and using their music in your content, just beware that that is something that could possibly happen.
Hey. Now, at face value, this is a pretty heavy accusation, but it's also one that Sayu took pains to address in her counterstatement. As far as
Okay, so I actually watched Depressed Nasagi, DN, react to this on his stream. And when it got to this particular section, right, there were a lot of people that were saying something along the lines of, and this was happening throughout the time that it was happening on Twitter as well. There were a few people who were saying something along the lines of, she didn't need to apologize for this, or she shouldn't have apologized for this. And this is a whole other, like, larger issue in terms of social platforms. Primarily, I blame Twitter and YouTube for turning public apologies into such a cynical thing. Because fundamentally, the problem with the way that we are shown the problem with the way that these social platforms have managed to convince everyone of, like, the way that they managed to convince everyone to view public apologies is, for some reason, we've now started to equate public apologies as an admission of weakness. I don't know why that's the case, but it really does seem to be something that happens. So I just want to, like, talk about that for a little bit. So yes, it is a problem that on these social platforms, you do very frequently get insincere apologies. Cough, cough, Logan Paul. And again, I understand why, as a result of those bad actors, you are more likely to view all apologies that happen on a social platform through a lens of cynicism. But I really want to push back against the idea that public apologies equal an admission of weakness. Because if you are giving someone a genuine apology, you aren't doing so because you've done something socially unacceptable. You aren't doing that because it's, socially speaking, the right thing to do. You are doing that because your conscience is telling you that you might have hurt someone. And as someone who's, you know, if you're part of an audience of a creator that is about to deliver a public apology on something, even if you disagree with them actually needing to deliver the apology, that is kind of besides the point. The thing that's compelling them to deliver those apologies, especially the apologies that are genuine, is their own conscience, right? And it's always rough to see people tell you that you don't need to apologize for something that you feel like you do. Because if you tell someone that, oh, why did you apologize? You shouldn't have done that. You didn't need to do that. You're kind of overwriting the way that they feel as well when you do that. And if you're a creator and you're about to publicly apologize for something that you think you did wrong, you're already going to be facing so much shit online. Plus, you're currently getting beaten up by your own conscience. The last thing you need is being criticized by, you know, some people in your, like, audience as well, you know? So the best thing to do, in my opinion, when you have someone who you support, who is about to or has done an apology that you don't think is quite warranted or justified, instead of saying that, like, you know, you shouldn't have apologized for this, I don't know why you'd apologize for this, just try to say, like, you know, something along the lines of, I understand why you feel like you would need to apologize for this, and just stop there, right? Because again, that achieves like all you really need to do, which is just affirm the way that they feel. Because again, the most genuine apologies are not motivated by, you know, loss of commercial opportunities. It's not driven by something being socially unacceptable. It's driven by feelings, right? You feeling like you've done something wrong. So yeah, I just wanted to bring this up because again, people do, it's kind of strange that you have people who are on one extreme saying that, yeah, the fact that Zaion has apologized for this means that, you know, she is a horrible person, etc., etc. But then you also have people on the other side who are equally as extreme going, I don't know why Zaion would need to apologize for this. This isn't, like, you know, something that warrants an apology. Again, if she feels like it warrants an apology, then it does warrant an apology. It is possible to believe that Sayu is a strong person and that she has admitted this as an act of wrongdoing at the same time. Like, those beliefs do not cancel one another out. They're not in conflict with one another. In fact, it's the opposite, right? Being able to give a genuine apology is always a sign of strength. And again, it's just like ukulele music. Yeah, well, that being the obvious exception. But yeah, so again, genuine apologies on the internet, vastly misunderstood, in my opinion.
Offensive remarks regarding SA, Zaion makes no attempts to dispute the gravity of the infraction, with One Girl Story specifying the exact stream and the exact joke that led to said offense, before expressing that she takes full responsibility for the mistake and apologizes for it. Although you can find clips of the stream in question, I'm not going to include any here, mostly because there isn't much to discuss, since both Zaion and Nii appear to be in agreement that it constitutes a legitimate infraction. However, my issue with this bullet point isn't with this infraction, but how it was stitched together with an additional accusation of offensive remarks regarding...
Okay, so anyone who has watched my first video should immediately recognize this pattern of writing out the termination notice. Because if you remember, in Senen's termination notice, Nii attempted to do the same thing where they lumped in, pushing back, defying authorization flows or something along those lines with copyright infringement in the same sentence. Those were two different possible infractions, but they tried to tie them together so that they became inseparable. So that naturally, if she did one, surely it must mean that she did the other. And again, they're doing the exact same thing here.
Discrimination. In the same section of One Girl Story, it stated that this particular accusation arose from an interaction that took place during Zaion's second ever stream, when she was jokingly asked by a viewer if they could use the term Zionists as a...
That sound effect, for people who don't know, that is the canon event sound effect from, I think, Into the Spider-Verse 2. That was such a perfect, like when I was scripting this line, I immediately thought of that sound effect, and when I put it into the edit, it was so perfect. Because quite literally, the moment that Niji's management decided that this character's name was going to be Zaion Lanza, someone making this joke became a canon event. It became inevitable. You would have to be insane or not speak English at all to not recognize that this was a possibility. And to be fair, Niji's management could be both of those things. But again, going after her for this was so stupid. And also, yeah, back to the, when DN was reacting to this, he drew the analogy of HoloLive going after Bibu for laughing before saying to her audience, "No, I don't think I want to call you Pebble Files," right? Because on top of the fact that they pretended not to see this joke coming, going after a creator for a joke that their audience made is so stupid. Right? Especially if it's a joke that the creator explicitly did not condone, right? Explicitly condemned. Because again, even though she did laugh, as we'll get into later, that doesn't mean that she's endorsing the joke.
It's a community fan name. As you can imagine, she said no, but she made the mistake of laughing as she did so. And instead of interpreting this as an expression...
I'm seeing people in the chat reacting to me saying Pebble Files. It's time like this when I'm really, really thankful for my accent, because it allows me to still pronounce those words clearly without allowing for too much room for people to mishear what I'm saying.
...of nervousness.
Hopefully it's good enough for YouTube not to shoot me in the back of the head either.
...shock, or a response to the sheer absurdity of that suggestion, Nii chose to frame it as Zaion mocking the political or religious beliefs of others. More than anything else, it's this deliberate mischaracterization of Zaion's actions that reveals.
It's Sumo Night? Yeah, imagine laughing nervously. Imagine. Can't be me, could never relate. Honestly, this just lends more credence to the idea that Niji's management is full of lizard people, right?
How Niji went out of its way to not only portray Zaion as an incompatible employee, but a reckless liability.
Okay, so terminated with prejudice is another phrase that I felt perfectly fit with this particular description of events, because for those who don't know, the term with prejudice is, I believe, a legal term that means that when a case is dismissed, the verdict trumps any attempts to appeal the decision. So if the same matter is brought up again by the same person in a future case, that case is considered prejudged, as in the previous decision will hold up and they essentially just can't repeal it. What I really want to emphasize is that Niji's approach to terminating their talents so far is to emphasize that it's not just that they are a problem for Niji, or it's not just to emphasize that they were incompatible with Niji as an employee. It's trying to make the argument that they are incompatible with any corporation. And again, that is fucked for several reasons, because it really is kind of cultish in how Niji wants it so that if you leave, you can't have a life outside of it either. And if you join, you can't have a life outside of it either, right? So again, this is just another layer on top of the shit cake that Niji sort of tossed into Zaion's face here.
That threatened company values. And if that sounds familiar, that's because it's the exact same rationale behind House Selen's termination.
So again, both of these termination notices, both of these termination processes, I should say, including the bits where their genmates or their, quote unquote friends from within the company would speak about them. It's all about portraying them as not just a bad employee, right? Because Zaion was portrayed as a horrible person on top of that. And Selen, well, they tried their best to make her look like a horrible person on top of that. Didn't actually work, but again, they tried their best. Zaion, in her termination notice, they kept stressing stuff like how she was a loose cannon, how she didn't really understand or grasp, corporate culture, how to work in a corporate environment, how she was a bad coworker, etc., etc. And in Selen's termination notice, they kept emphasizing the same thing. She has no respect for authority. She kept trying to go behind people's backs to do stuff. She didn't respect the artists that she worked with, etc., etc. All of these allegations that they tried to pin onto her in order to get across the fact that, no, she's not just a bad fit for Niji, she's a bad fit for anything, right? And again, just really fucked way of going about these terminations.
Notice was written. Despite the 2-page difference in length, if you look at the contents of the two documents side by side, a pattern begins to emerge. Both notices emphasize that there were multiple violations of Niji's activity.
D suffers. What category do I lump Niji now? A cult or a clique? Very honestly, it does display aspects of both, which is, again, very much not what you want in a corporation, and is very much a symptom of management that is hands-off at best and absent at worst. And I think we can say at this point that it is the worst-case scenario.
Rules, but when trying to specify what these violations were, both statements then default to mixing legitimate possible infractions.
Again, these two reasons, I think it says quite a lot that in each of these statements, there's like one or two things that they mention in the document that could be interpreted as an official reason to fire someone from a company. Nothing that would justify the approach that they ended up going with, by the way, but it would justify, letting them go from a company. And for each of these 1 or 2 points, they have an entire laundry list, or they have a whole 3-page document. I think it was Cottontail VA that reacted to the initial Selen post by saying 3 pages of yapping and nothing of substance said. And she was really bang on the money there because, again, you could condense this entire thing into the same amount of words that they used to say the impact on this on our financials will be negligible. And it would still read the exact same way. It would probably read better because then the public didn't have to see how blatant the attempt was at destroying Selen's character.
With misleading.
I think, again, all of these trumped up charges kind of speak for themselves a little bit when you look at them side by side. I mean, this is something that many people have talked about before, but really? These nuts? Are you kidding me? Bruh.
Vague or even.
Again, same thing here with saying Selen Tatsuki has repeatedly posted false or misleading information on social media. That could mean literally anything. And again, if I were to be really, really pessimistic, this isn't really, well, I don't think they could ever make a coherent argument for this being the case in their subsequent termination, because we now know from their previous termination that Niji's management is capable of sock puppeting accounts, which, whether they want to admit it or not, has made it so that every single post made by every single liver for the rest of time will now be a game of guess who, constantly. So it's kind of impossible now for livers to post false or misleading information because we don't even know if they're the one posting it anymore. And again, I'm not saying that in a legal sense. I'm just saying that from the perspective of, like, you know, how public perception works.
Even provably untrue.
And just the blatant lying. Just, again, I don't understand why they thought they would get away with this, because if community notes had been as big of a thing while Zaion was being terminated, and if she had been given more of a chance to respond sooner to the allegations that were being, you know, thrown against her, I really do think that this point, among many others, would have been community noted as well. Because they're just outright lies.
Accusations of misconduct. But what if I told you that this isn't the only point of similarity between the 2 terminations?
This sequence, I am so proud of this sequence. This fits so perfectly in my mind with the way that things, like the way that the music ramps up with the VO and with the new title sequence, etc.
What if I told you?
If whenever I rewatch a video, there's always, like, you know, these certain points that are my favorites where everything came together, and this is one of them.
The most infamous and baffling part of Selen's termination actually has a precedent. That a message from Nii Sanji Yen was not just a mistake in terms of professionalism, legality, or ethics, but in execution as well. And that we have an example of how it was supposed to work with Zaion. In the
if you what makes this section of the video even funnier is if you go down into the description and look at the name of the song. That was not intentional, by the way. When I found this song, I was just listening to a randomly recommended Epidemic Sound playlist on Spotify. And when I heard this, I was like, yes, I do want this sound to be used in this section of the video. And then I looked it up on Epidemic Sound, and I saw the name of the song. And I had a little bit of a chuckle to myself.
Aftermath of Zaion's termination, each of the 5 remaining members of XLA would go on to make a public statement addressing the situation. Now, these weren't the only instances where other livers would bring up the topic of Zaion or her termination, but I chose to focus on these 5 statements because they were made by her genmates. 2 of the 5 statements, those being from Vermilion and Dobio Dropscythe, would take place in a small segment of a previously scheduled livestream.
Now, a few things that I want to... Actually, you know what? I'll get to it when I go through each of their statements individually.
In Doppio's case, this was less of a statement and more a vague reference to the situation, one where he thanked his audience for supporting him through tough times and expressed how saddened he felt at recent events, before requesting that he be allowed to focus on more positive things moving forward.
Okay, so with Doppio's statement, when I was watching it, I really did kind of get the impression that he just didn't want to talk about it, which, at least to me, felt like it didn't feel like he was a part of management's strategy in trying to get the public to perceive Zaion in a certain way. Because of the fact, one, that he did this during a section of a stream that he previously scheduled, which means that it wasn't an entire stream just dedicated to shitting on Zaion, but also the fact that, you know, he never seemed to want to talk about it either. And to be honest, I understand that. It lends more credence to the idea that he really does feel cut up about the situation, which is fair because, again, he's just lost a genmate and a friend. So, again, as cringy as the name that Niji gave him is, I can't help but respect the guy because, again, he sounds like he's just grateful that his audience is still there to like support him and help him. And that's just wholesome.
Ver's statement, despite being more outwardly critical of Zaion, also appeared...
Okay, so I'm gonna let this section of the video play out, and then I'm gonna talk a bit more about Ver's statement.
...to project a degree of goodwill. He prefaces his words by stating his respect for Zaion as a person and as a content creator, before reiterating that the termination was not the result of a single mistake, but multiple infractions. He then expresses personal disappointment with Zaion's actions while mentioning that himself and other members of X-Soleil had tried, unsuccessfully, to advise her in complying with Niji's rules. However, despite reiterating that he thought the termination was ultimately justified,
Okay, so, with Ver's statement, again, while I was watching Nosagi's reaction to this video, in chat, there were a few people saying that... Sorry, give me a second. I'm going to burp off stream. Okay, so, yeah, there were a few people who were saying that his statement kind of reminded them of Vox's statement, and there are 2 points of difference that I really want to emphasize. One, even when he talks about how there was friction between, you know, Zaion and the other members of X-Soleil, I don't think he phrases it as a personal slight against him, as opposed to how Vox went all in on the "she recorded me without my consent" thing, which I believe was later proven to just be, I mean, totally incorrect and misrepresented, where she just took like a pre-existing voice sample of something they had recorded together or something. I don't know. But yeah, it basically, Vox wasn't, you know, Selen wasn't some sort of mastermind out to get Vox or anything. And yeah, most importantly, that in the way that distinguishes the two statements, Ver does not attempt to make it out that Zaion has set out to hurt him. And the second thing, and this is the most important thing, he actually does speak positively about her, right? He opens up the statement by saying, "Oh, I respect Zaion as a person and as a content creator." And he ends, and this is, again, you would expect this to be the bare minimum if you're going to like explicitly bring someone up who's been terminated. He wishes her luck in her future endeavors. Like that is like a baseline requirement to talk about someone who's just left your company, or more precisely, who's been kicked out of your company. So those two things combined make it so that I really do think that this statement is not really comparable to Vox's at all. And something else that's really interesting, this is the only statement that explicitly says positive things about Zaion. And it is also the only statement whose original source has been privated. Now, I'm sure that's just a coincidence, but it's a pretty funny one.
emphasizes that he had hoped for a different outcome, and
No, Arish Azaraf, the burp has cursed us with buffering. No, this is the opposite of a Tuskaru situation.
concludes by wishing Zaion luck
Wait, I'm gonna pause until. Actually, wait. There's no
in
point.
her future endeavors. And if that was all there was to
Wait, hold on. Iontopia. Worst part about that is Vox was also legally obliged to be able to do that. Same as Selen's. They went all in on the character there. As in. Wait, do you mean that as in he was allowed to do that by Niji's management, or that legally he shouldn't have been able to do that by management? This is a question that you're only going to be able to answer like 1 or 2 minutes after I ask it. Perhaps a second burp will fix it. Anyways, I'm just gonna keep going.
Exley statements that this section of the video wouldn't exist.
The one-party recording laws. Yeah. I mean, again, it's not about whether, like, again, if that is what you, if I'm assuming what you mean by saying that correctly, the main issue with the statement wasn't that, like, you know, one of them had done something illegal, even if Selen had recorded him, which she hadn't. Even if it was illegal, the fact that it was brought up during the statement was more for the purpose of making it so that it looked like Selen had personally hurt Vox than anything else, right? So I don't know if that, like, addresses what you were saying directly, but having a conversation three minutes in the future is a bit difficult.
Statements made by Zaion's other genmates. 3 individual live streams, each one taking place within an hour.
So, again, I understand if people, like, while this is happening, people don't pick up that there's something weird going on. But surely, if you look back on it retrospectively, and you look at it with a top-down view of things, and you see that each one of these streams took place with less than an hour in between each of them, surely you would suspect that something fishy is going on here. This is way too much coordination to be without intention. And I really do believe... Okay, I'm going to do some theorizing here in a second. I really do believe that in an alternate universe where Sayu had signed the silencing contract and left, that this would have been what a message from Nii Sanji En would actually look like, where you would have Elira, then Vox, then Ike doing their own separate streams on their own channels to talk about the topic. I really do believe that the way that things happened only happened because of the fact that sorry, I'm having a stroke right now. Because of the fact that sorry, I saw something outside my window that was a bit distracting. I actually have dementia. Okay, so yeah, I really do believe that that was the way that things would have happened. If it weren't for the fact that Niji got caught with their pants down with Doki's termination, because of the fact that she was able to fire back so quickly with her response, which I'm assuming shifted their timeline ahead by a degree that they weren't ready for. So they just resorted to pulling all 3 of those streamers into the same live stream, or pulling all of their statements into the same video, and then publishing that on Elira's channel, who is now suffering immensely as a result of having that on her channel. Also, something else that was quite interesting is how a lot of people did not remember that Moloko did a statement on this at all, even though she was part of this coordinated attempt. And part of that, I do attribute that to the fact that her statement, out of the 3, was by far the most benign, right? It was the one that didn't go out of its way to attack Zaion. It was mostly just her being sad. And again, on its own, it would have been fine. It would have been understandable. But what makes it problematic is how it was done in conjunction with the other two, right?
Of its predecessor, and each one made for the sole purpose of addressing the termination. Earlier on, I mentioned how Niji's management has demonstrated a tendency to use their talents as a way of delivering their messages to the public and hiding their intentions from the public. We saw this during
Maybe timing the pre-recorded stream with Doki's Neopet stream is a bad idea. Yeah, look, there are situations like that. Again, when I look back on the way that Zaion and Doki were both terminated, there are situations where I really do think that it has to be pettiness. It has to be. Because none of this makes sense from a generating profit or generating PR perspective. This is all something you would do if you wanted to personally watch the people who've left your organization crash and burn. So that has to have been some sort of absolute malice from the management.
Senen's termination with a message from Nii Sanji En, which I covered in my last video. The TLDR of what I said is that Niji's management attempted to...
I love this asset so much. The Teletubby asset is just, it's the gift that keeps on giving. This will be a part of like pretty much any internet video for like, this could be used in any internet video for like the next 100 years. But it's just so funny. I love it so much.
Hot shots at Selen.
Also, animating this movement was such a pain on Premiere because the muzzle flash.
What I said is that Niji's management attempted to take pot shots at...
I had to time the muzzle flash and the sentence exploding out of the barrel, which lasted for like a millisecond. So every time I would zoom out a little bit, it would completely vanish. And I have astigmatism, poor eyesight, which means that every single time I did that, I had to then initiate a game of Where's Wally to try and find the place on the timeline again. But yeah.
Selen's character and Dokibird's counterstatement, under the guise of allowing 3 of their talents to air personal grievances they had with...
It's kind of, again, looking back on what they said, what the 3 talents said during a message from Nii Sanji En, when they tried to, assassinate Selen/Dokibird's character, it's just... I don't understand how nobody took them aside and pointed out how stupid all of these accusations were. Because, okay, Ike's words were essentially just boiled down into Selen changed and I didn't like it. As well as, insert clearing throat and drinking water. And then Vox, his entire thing basically boiled down to, at the end of the day, she had a sample of my voice, she had a sample of my ASMR packs without me knowing. Oh no. Like, I mean, that's not exactly what happened or what he said, but it's basically what it sounds like. And then with Elira, oh no, she's threatening to dox us in private legal documents. I mean, it gets to a point where surely someone with a brain in management has to realize that they're about to say some of the stupidest shit that has ever been said in a corporate message delivered by VTubers. But yeah. Again, Nii Sanji PR team isn't real. I refuse to believe that it exists.
Selen. The thing that confused people the most, especially those with a communications background, is why Nii would choose to do this. If you look at it through the lens of a PR strategy...
Again, this is not PR. This does not deserve to be called a PR strategy. When I was first looking at it just with, Dokibird's case in isolation, And again, I will defend my, I will take a moment to defend me making the first video. I still think it holds up, but in retrospect, I would not even refer to it as a PR strategy, because that is not at all what this is, right? Only after looking at Zaion's and realizing that this is the exact same thing that they've tried to do twice did I realize, oh, this isn't a PR strategy at all. This is just a smear campaign. They didn't even pretend to make this out to be a PR strategy, right? And again, this is something I'm going to go into like more later in the video.
Using talents to speak on behalf of management accomplishes little else besides tarnishing said talents with the mistakes of management.
Canon Gerbil, the Nii Sanji PR team, is their fans. See, okay. A prerequisite of being part of, I know that that's a joke, but at the same time, it really bugs me how Nii hasn't done anything about curbing the more rabid members of their fan base. Because the last thing you want, okay, and this also ties into how the public views PR as an industry or as a service. PR is not there to constantly agree with you or reinforce what you're saying. PR, in its ideal form, should be there as a sort of moral compass that mediates the way that your corporation interacts with the public. Because ideally, PR is supposed to tell you when you are fucking something up. And it's supposed to help you avoid situations in the future where you could potentially fuck something up. Essentially what I'm saying is that PR should always be there to hold you to account, to warn you when you're about to do something stupid or morally wrong. And Niji's fans, the ones that they still have, especially the more rabid ones, they aren't doing that. So there is no way in hell they could ever be PR for Nii.
While also handicapping management by having non-professionals speak on their behalf. However, if you look at this approach through the lens of a moral panic, then things start to make a bit more sense.
When I was going through the papers and stuff that I was reading for research, it was at this point when there came a certain point when I was looking back at like what happened to Zaion, what happened to Selen, and the question that was churning in my mind was just, why the fuck would they do this? Because if you were on the Nii subreddit about like 1 or 2 months ago, there was a user called Weebiz who worked in communications and who gave us a possible explanation of how Nii would have come to the conclusion that this is the approach they should adopt to terminate Selen, right? And again, in Selen's case, his explanation made sense, or their explanation makes sense. I don't really know whether it's a he or a she or they. Their explanation made sense because Niji's approach towards terminating it did seem like Nii had mistaken a private document that Doki Bird's lawyer had sent to them for a public statement that she had planned on posting to the internet. And so everything that came after that was just a cascade of them trying their best to shadowbox allegations that never went public. And again, I do think that that is, at least to some extent, what happened in Selen's case. But if that is the case with Selen, it doesn't explain why they would go with the exact same strategy for Zaion, who realistically did not stand much of a chance at disrupting their attempts to smear her. Because I think it is worth mentioning the fact that Zaion was a bit of a trailblazer in the sense that because she went through the legal process of standing up to Nii, people now knew afterwards that it could be done. Had Selen been the first case of this happening, I'm not so sure that Dokibird would be where she is now. But yeah, so the fact that they had used the exact same strategy the first time round didn't really make sense to me because they weren't shadowboxing anything there. And that's when I realized, oh shit, we've been looking at this as a PR strategy when in actuality, it's a completely different unethical media practice, which is, again, like I said, moral panics. So one of the cool parts of studying, media theory or any sort of theory or academic concept or whatever is having a toolbox that you can use to understand the things that happen around you. And when a tool doesn't fit when it doesn't fix a problem, then that's probably a sign that you should try to look for other tools that do. And this was a great example of a case where one form of understanding the situation through the lens of a PR strategy wasn't working. But when you applied another one, which is through the lens of a moral panic, then everything started to fall into place. Now we have an understanding of why this has always been Niji's approach to terminating their talents. And again, the fact that more people are aware of this means that it is significantly harder for them to pull off the same thing again. It's not impossible, but it will be significantly harder, and there will be a larger cost to them doing it. And to be honest, that's all we can kind of hope for.
If all you're looking to do is define a threat, then the bar for what counts as a trustworthy commentator.
It's Sumo Night. Doki really spreading her wings. Oh. But
is lowered significantly, whereas a PR strategy might demand professionals, experts, maybe even mainstream celebrities. A moral panic will settle just fine for victims. In media and communications, there's a term that's used to describe what can happen to a person who's put...
Now, there is something that I do want to bring up, because there were, I think, one or two comments that did say, oh, why would you compare Zaion to Asmongold? And the reason for that is very simple. Because, like I said at the end of the video, anyone can become a folk devil. Whether you are turned into a folk devil or not has absolutely zero correlation with what your content is, who you are as a person, your moral stances on anything, even your political leanings or anything else about your character. It is purely a product of a larger issue that is happening to create an unstable environment around you, right? So again, I use Asmongold because he is a great example of someone who mainstream media kind of has a massive hate boner for.
At the center of a moral panic. Their public image begins to morph and change, becoming progressively less and less human as the threat they pose is repeatedly emphasized, until, finally, they emerge out the other side as a folk devil.
Okay, that particular frame, I just want to draw attention to this for a second. If you ever, in case you ever start to take game journalism seriously, just Google Asmon's name just Google Asmon's name and go over to the sports tab. The number of articles on Asmongold that are in Sports Skeeter is absolutely insane. It blows my mind how I can scroll down an entire page and at least 50% of the search results are an article from Sports Skeeter. This man, I swear, he single-handedly keeps every journalist at that paper fed.
A folk devil is a person or minority that gets turned into a symbol of a group's collective fears and anxieties. Folk devils are often conjured to fulfill two functions. On one hand, folk devils can act as a fall guy for a larger problem.
Again, this is a pretty good example of a folk devil, because while it is true that the Twitch thoughts, as we'll call them, are responsible for exploiting the weaknesses in Twitch's policy, they also serve to highlight the problem that Twitch does not have a consistent policy, nor does it have a consistent way of enforcing that policy. So again, the relationship between these Twitch streamers and Twitch itself, it's kind of like pen testing for their ability to prevent sexual content on their side. And because Twitch refuses to have any sort of consistency in its rules or enforcement of them, this will always exist, right? And again, yes, they do contribute to the issue, but it's important to make sure that when we're talking about the issue of the way that Twitch applies its rules, that we don't only focus on the streamers that are exploiting the gaps.
And by taking them down, you can create the illusion of solving said problem. On the other hand, folk devils can serve as examples to everyone else of how...
This is the thing that I want to really emphasize, to hammer home the point that whether you get turned into a folk devil or not has no relation to your moral trajectory as a person. Or sorry, your moral standing as a person. The most famous folk devil in history was not Hitler. He was the one making the folk devils. It was not the Jews. It was not African Americans. It was not Asians, Mongolians, whatever. It was Jesus Christ, right? He had an entire religion founded around the fact that he was a folk devil that died because people turned him into one. And I mean, there are some people who might see this clip and say that I'm, speaking blasphemy, but those people don't understand what blasphemy means. And I am, okay, chat, you've only known me for slightly over an hour, but I'm going to admit this to you now. I'm going to be really vulnerable with you guys. I am a practicing Catholic. Yeah, I know. It's really controversial to be one of those nowadays. But look, I am a practicing Catholic that believes in abortion, gay marriage, and to some extent euthanasia. We could have an entirely separate stream at some point in the future if my ISP stops killing me about how that can work. But yeah, I mean, look, if you have an understanding of your religion, you would be able to tell. This is the face of the most famous folk devil in history.
Not to behave, with their persecution acting as a warning of what can happen to them.
The best part is that, Sayu being Vtuber Jesus was a big thing as well. So this really fit perfectly. Also, foreshadowing, which fits perfectly with the explanation that I'm giving right now, but also foreshadows the fact that this is going to become a recurring symbol that appears later on in the video.
Those who step out of line. To show you what I mean, we're going to take a look at how these three statements combine to tell the public two things.
You have opinions that aren't mainstream with your religion? Yeah, I know, right? That shit's wild. Amazing how religion is supposed to be a personal thing and not like a society thing, but you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know that from just looking at the way that most religions operate in the public eye or even on their social media. The problem is, okay, I'm just going to rant about this for a second. Christianity has such a bad rep because we just have the worst public figures imaginable. When you ask people what they think of Catholic people, of Christian people, they think of like priests diddling kids, or they think about like there was literally when Area 51 was a big thing, there was literally a Facebook event that was made as a parody of that called "Let's Invade the Vatican, they can't molest us all." So that entire scandal has been an absolute plague on public perception of Christianity and especially Catholicism ever since. But then when you look at the other like influences that people know Christianity and Catholicism for, it's all stuff like freaks, like the televangelists. What is his name? The guy who looks like a demon when he's talking about like blowing away COVID. I forgot. But yeah. Freakish televangelists who are only out there to scam people. It's like girl defined as well, like these hyper conservative people who insist that no one should have sex before marriage and the moment that you do, you're going to hell. And also, like, anyone who spouts the rhetoric that being homosexual is a sin because God said so, etc., etc., even though that is never in the Bible, and like, again, just or Mormons, and I mean, with Mormons, you can explain why they are not the best PR with just one word, and that one word is soaking. Don't search it up. But yeah, rant over. We need better Christian role models in media. Holy shit, we need it bad.
1. How Zaion should be perceived, and 2, how she should be dealt with. However, before we begin, I want to reiterate that my focus here isn't on the talents themselves, nor their individual responsibilities for the statements they made. Instead, my aim is to show how their words, regardless of truth or individual intentions, were used by Niji's management as a weapon to...
So, again, I know that me saying this probably isn't going to affect anyone who is unhinged enough to go and harass these people because they were mentioned in a video like this, but I will still continue saying this in my videos for 2 reasons. One, because just personally, I believe that, ethically speaking, it does need to be done, unfortunately. Because I really want to make it clear that when I talk about these situations, I don't hate any of these livers. And I don't think that they're horrible people. It's just that they are tools that have been used in a horrible way. And you can't talk about how they've been used as tools without also kind of talking about them as well. And the second reason why I will continue to have disclaimers like this in my videos are, it's just because, let's be honest, it's a legal thing as well. So at the end of the day, if anyone is stupid enough to make So on one side, you have people who are idiotic enough to take this as a sign that they should go and harass people. On the other side, you have people who are idiotic enough to say that people getting harassed is because of my video. And again, legally, it covers my ass in case that second group of people decide to do something stupid. But yeah. Oh, Mr. Nobody, my religion has a bad rep. Nods in Muslim. Okay, look, for you in particular, you have someone you can blame for that, right? And okay, sure, you're extremists. Well, I shouldn't say you're extremists because no religion owns its extremists. The Muslim extremists have been getting significantly more attention by public media than Christian extremists. So you actually have someone who you can blame besides the extremists in your religion.
Destroy Zaion.
Especially after 9/11. Holy shit, was 9/11 bad for media coverage of, Muslim people.
Character while conveniently keeping themselves out of the picture. So, once again, please don't harass anyone, especially those mentioned here. Of the 3 statements, Moloko Kyoran's is perhaps the most benign. She begins by expressing how devastated she is at Zaion's termination, before apologizing to both her own and, more importantly, to Zaion's audiences.
This was the point in her video where it really became fucked up. Because the moment she said that she was addressing Zaion's audience instead of just her own with that stream was the moment where it was pretty much confirmed that Niji's management was using her as a meat shield for any criticisms of the termination decision. Because why would you make someone address an audience that is not her own by apologizing for a decision that wasn't hers to make? That's just fucked up on so many counts.
For the situation, acknowledging how some may feel shocked or hurt by recent events. Something I want to point out is that throughout the entire stream...
What? Did the chat summary say Sayu was Christian? Oh my. YouTube at its finest.
Moloko sounds distraught. Despite the talents having no say in this decision, and despite her obvious emotional distress, Niji's management chose to have Moloko apologize to audiences not on their behalf, but...
No. Okay, so, kneecapped. Moloko being the Ike, it's worse. It's worse than her being the Ike. Because the way that Nii used Ike is just that he was kind of thrown in there and he didn't really serve much of a purpose, right? He was just kind of there to be thirsty and feel sad. But with Moloko, in her statement, she's breaking down in tears. It's the equivalent of a burglar breaking into your house and holding up your crying child to stop you from retaliating against the burglary.
In their place. Let that sink in for a moment. Moloko, a talent, has essentially been left on her own to address any feelings of discontent that Zion's remaining audience might harbor.
Sparky, wait, Wayu is Christian? You know, that brings up something that's a little embarrassing. So, I've been, so far, when I was watching, like, clips of Sayu, initially, it took me an embarrassingly long time to realize that her sound alert was an uwuified version of Sayu Beam. I thought it was like Wayu Ween or something like that initially when I first heard it. And this was like for 3 or 4 weeks of watching clips of her streams. So sometimes you just get like, again, sometimes I'm like, oh, wow, I have such a command of language. This is like while I'm scripting, right? I'll script something, I'll script a line and I'll go like, oh, I am Lord of English. I am English. And then there'll be moments like that where I kind of just slap myself in the face and go, fuck, I'm stupid. I am absolutely brain damaged. But yeah.
Towards this termination. Although, thankfully, this didn't happen, had that audience been more inclined to vocalize that discontent in that moment, Moloko would have been the one.
This was so funny to watch in real time. Like when I was looking through the VOD of a message from Nii Sanji EN and watching all of the messages gradually transition from being blue hearts and supportive messages saying, oh, you guys are, oh, I hope you guys are okay. Oh, I hope you're doing all right in this trying time, to damage control. I called it. What the fuck are you saying? Huh? Just like a bunch of question marks. That was hilarious to watch in real time. Holy shit. And again, it's funny now because we get to stand around, point and laugh at, you know, the idiotic Niji's management that created all of this. And also because Doki Bird is fine now. She is more than fine. She is thriving now. So we have room to laugh at this. But at the time, if this had happened here, this would have been the most depressing shit, because it would just be one person crying while their chat like flames them over a termination of someone who had just effectively been bullied out of their company. And that is just a fucked situation all around.
Bearing the brunt of it. It's also worth noting that, whether it was intended or not, her obvious
the L spam was something to behold.
Emotional distress would have acted as a deterrent to criticisms of the termination decision, as even discontented audiences were likely to identify with her feelings of powerlessness, an effect which was probably amplified by her unnecessary apology. Now, on its own, Moloko's statement is fairly...
Did I see the guy who said, this is my last one? Yeah, that was definitely a highlight of watching the reactions to that stream. Just the sheer vitriol that it turned into from such a supportive beginning. That was truly something to witness.
Innocent, even tragic. A helpless talent trying to comfort her audience and who can't find any way of expressing the grief they share besides the words of an apology.
Again, I really maintain that were it not for the fact that Kotoka's statement before her was worded the way that it was, and Hex's statement afterwards was worded the way that it was, this statement on its own would have been completely harmless. I really do feel that way. And it makes it even more fucked. Because if this is, and I'm inclined to believe that it is, if this is a genuine expression of Moloko's grief at the fact that she has just lost a co-worker/friend, for the rest of time, when you look back at the way that her statement was used, it will always be seen as a tool to destroy someone else first, and an expression of grief second. Second, if lucky. More likely like fourth or fifth in terms of like other things. But yeah, this is just, again, it's just so fucked.
However, the implications of this stream become a lot more pointed when you look.
The order, okay, so Salazar, the order of the videos could have had a different impact. I believe that it could have. I really do. And to some extent, Niji did hand me an easy layup by ordering it the way that they did. If Moloko's statement had been last in the queue, I would have maybe been willing to see it as, well, actually, there would have been a little bit more hesitation before I lumped it in with the rest of them as a coordinated effort, because of the fact that the tone is so audibly different. But again, at the end of the day, I still feel like it wouldn't have made too much of a difference, because even if you switched around the order, it's still 3 streams all shitting on Zaion in some way or another, directly or indirectly, in context or out of context, that occurred within 1 hour of one another and was dedicated to one objective only. So again, the order might have changed the way that I would have wanted to read it initially, but it probably wouldn't have changed the way that I ended up reading it ultimately.
Look at how it was contextualized by Katoka Tori.
Mishi Lori. Is it Michi or Mishi? I guess I'll see the answer in like a minute or so. Do you personally think that Katoka's or Hex's statement was worse? I personally think that Hex's weaponizing his own SA experience's attack against Zaion was far worse than what Katoka said. Okay, so yeah. Personally, I think... Yeah, no. Okay, so from a personal perspective, Hex's statement felt gross. And I don't mean that as Michi. Okay, Michi Lori. So yeah, personally, I do think that Hex's statement is worse for 2 reasons. One is just personally, it just felt gross to bring it up in that context. And again, I'm not saying that he's not allowed to bring it up publicly, but the way in which it was used was absolutely horrific. Because again, and I'll get to this later on in a later section of the video, but it was using one talent's trauma to legitimize the demonization of another talent. And this is going to be part of a larger discussion that I'm going to have with you guys later about, like, you know, how victimhood works on the internet. But even from the perspective of, you know, me not personally feeling grossed out by that statement, from a media theory perspective, right? You never want to tokenize or, okay, how do I put this? Again, this is a really complex thing to articulate, so it is going to take some time for me to get the right words. But you never want to tokenize victimhood for anything by turning it into a license to attack someone else. And the moment you make the mistake of doing that, whether you meant to or not, you have at least to some degree stripped the whatever trauma, whatever experience you went through of its significance. Because again, victimhood is one thing, but it should never give you the license to go out and attack someone else. And that is exactly the way that it was being used here. Whether it was being used because Hex decided to personally, or whether it was being used because management told him to do that. And again, I'll say this later on in the video, but nothing that is said by any talent at Niji En in one of these statements is said without prior approval from management. Everything that comes out of their mouths has gone through management first, which means that when Hex brings up the idea that he had suffered through SA in the past, this was a part of his statement that management wholly endorsed, right? And again, I'm not trying to say anything personal about Hex here, right? I don't think Hex, to put it mildly, Hex, I'm definitely not his target audience, right? Listening to his streams for the sake of research was already something that I had to, it's not something I enjoyed. But again, I don't want this to come across as me attacking Hex personally, or me saying that nobody ever should bring up the idea that they were traumatized in the public. What I am saying is that you being a victim of something should never give you a license, does never give you a license to go and attack someone else. Because that's not how victimhood works.
Hime's statement that came right before it. What makes the presentation of Kotoka's statement so insidious is how it attempts to shape public perception of Zaion under the pretext of implying an interpersonal conflict between her and her genmates. And to show you what I mean, we're going to go through 2 clips from Kotoka's stream. Here's the first one.
So first things first, about the termination, obviously. Honestly, what's said in the announcement is pretty simple and clear, I feel like. She broke the rules, a lot of the rules.
Again, there is no situation ever when your talents that remain in a corporation should be speaking about a talent that is just left, unless they want to do so through the lens of reminiscing and nostalgia, or of expressing their grief at the fact that they are gone. You should never permit a situation to arise where your talents are voicing personal grievances or conflicts with that terminated talent unless you as a corporation are willing to publicly persecute them in a court of law. You best make sure that if you go after a talent, if you allow your remaining talents to go after a talent that is already left, that you are willing to do that alongside them and in a legal, professional, labor dispute capacity. This shit, this is heinous.
Rules. And we, as the Exile member, really tried really hard. We tried really hard to...
Revisiting these videos helped me understand why I felt that way. So when this is happening from Ver's the only one I could watch. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad to hear that. I'm always glad to hear that, you know, when people are given words to express why they feel the way they do.
To discuss things over with her about her mistakes. We sometimes even fought with her for some things.
Okay,
that
so
she wished.
This section, I do need to bring up something. So, grammatically speaking, there are 2 possible ways that you can interpret this phrase. We sometimes even fought with her for some things that she wished to be granted upon herself. So, you could interpret we fought with her in terms of we fought against her or we fought alongside her. Now, when it comes to the reasons why you would interpret it as we fought alongside her, something that lends credence to that being the interpretation that you go with is the fact that she says for some things instead of over some things. However, also another point in favor of that interpretation is the fact that I think in Sayu's interview with False that she did about 1 or 2 months ago, she did bring up a case where all the EN livers had to band together to tell management that they should be allowed to do hand cams, right? However, that point about all the EN livers banding together, I don't think that's what Kotoka's referring to here, because she specifies that she wished to be granted upon herself, and that was a conflict that stood to benefit all the EN livers. And the 2 reasons why ultimately I decided to go with the interpretation of fought with her as in fought against her is 1, the surrounding context to this statement, right? So again, the fact that everything she said before this and everything that was said after this by both her and the other talents paint it as a conflict between Zaion and her genmates. And also the fact that when you listen to this part of her statement,
he sometimes even fought with her.
She emphasizes fought, not with. There's a pretty big difference between saying that you fought with someone or you fought with someone, right? And again, this might seem like a small grammatical thing, but the reason for interpreting it the other way is also a small grammatical thing. So again, if it turns out in the future, if through some miracle we get some sort of clarification as to what she meant with this statement, I will go back to this video and change the pinned comment to an addendum about this specific section. But for now, I hope that explains why I went with this particular interpretation of that phrase. And also it doesn't, even if it did change, I don't think it changes the main point that I'm making in this section of the video as a whole. But again, for the sake of fair and balanced fair and balanced reporting. It's not like I'm a journalist, but for the sake of clarity and fairness, if we do get some sort of clarification that this is the incorrect interpretation, I am going to go back and do a pinned comment that corrects this section of the video.
For some things that she wished to be granted upon herself.
There. This one line shifts the tone of the statement.
And also, I do want to just briefly say as well that there is a possibility that maybe some of the things that she's saying might be the result of her being ESL, but I just don't like that argument as a reason not to take something someone says seriously, because I mean, I'm ESL, and if someone would make excuses for misinterpreting something I say because I'm ESL, I would hope that they feel dumb doing that, which is why I would feel dumb doing that as well.
By framing the interactions between Zaion and her genmates as a more combative her versus us scenario.
Yeah, so Zik or Kick. I'm gonna call you Zik. So yeah, the rest being plausibly ESL errors. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of uncomfortable with writing it off as just an ESL error. Because again, ESL... Again, it's just... I feel like it's a tricky line between how much you sort of like ignore just under the umbrella of they are ESL. And it's her job to stream in English as well. So, I mean, again, it is possible that she's just learning English. So... some of these things might come across differently, but from the way she speaks, she definitely sounds fluent enough to mean what she says, essentially. And again, if that intention was not what she meant, it doesn't really change the fact that this is what came across as a result of the way that management has used her statement.
And just like that, the idea that the public should view this situation as a conflict between Zaion and her former colleagues is no longer just implied. Neither is the idea that Zaion deserves no sympathy for the manner in which she was terminated. But what solidifies Zaion's role as Nii Sanji EN's very own folk devil is what comes after this.
I might be, I might be like that filthy, stupid Gyaru that slacks off on all the council works, and the Gyaru that, is not good with both Japanese and English, just the girl.
Man, like, I get that she's doing this as a bit, right? But it gets to a certain point where it's kind of... I did cringe a little bit when I was listening to this entire section. But again, I'm including this, even though it might not look like it's relevant to the point that I'm trying to make with this clip. The reason why I include stuff like this is because it is context, right? It would be kind of... It probably wouldn't be a good idea for me to just, include a clip without at least a little bit of orientation as to where it came from. And for this particular case, the kayfabe, I believe, is a necessary part of contextualizing how this comes across.
Girl that is not knowledgeable about a lot of the common things around here, but I do know when some...
This is such a direct, like, fuck you. This is such a direct call out. Because, I mean, I'll just let the video play out.
I may be new here, but some of you may hear me live for the first time, actually.
I did not understand why she interrupted that line to say this. And from what I've seen of like 1 or 2 reaction videos, everyone else was also equally confused as to why she suddenly interrupted herself to say this. But I mean, I guess she's trying to force like a positive face, which, I mean, I understand. I don't empathize, but I understand. It's just kind of rough.
But I'm proud to say that I love Nii Sanji. I love all the members.
if you ever had any doubts that Niji functions like a cult, I think this should put all of those to rest.
That are here with me, here with us.
Also, the way that she emphasizes us, like, for example,
But I'm proud to say that I love Nii Sanji. I love all the members.
So there was a moment when I was, listening to this statement over and over, and I was sort of questioning, okay, is her emphasizing all in this sentence? And is her
That are
emphasizing...
here with me, here with us.
Is her emphasizing us at the end of this one? Is that like an ESL thing? And after listening to it a few times, I don't know. I personally don't think that it is. It's okay if you disagree with me on that. But I really feel like this emphasis is pretty deliberate. Yeah, I'm Piprick, my Niji family, heart. That is exactly how this comes across.
I'm sad to see my gym mates having to apologize for this because
I mean, look, Sean, I think that many of the people watching her may have been first-time viewers. English isn't her first language. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? And again, it is kind of depressing if you get a sudden influx of viewers and this is the stream that you greet them with. But, yeah, I mean, I almost feel sorry for how Elira's most viewed video on her channel is still a message from Nii Sanji Ian. And that will be how the majority of people who aren't familiar with her content come to know her as well.
honestly, this wasn't their fault. And for all these reasons, honestly, I don't know if I can say that I'm in the state to wish her good luck on her.
Again, everyone who was reacting to this video, and I'm pretty sure everyone who was reacting to the statement at the time as well, who didn't automatically write off Zaion as like, a deviant or whatever, everyone had the same reaction, which is, holy shit, this statement is fucked up. This part especially. Because again, like, I think someone in chat said earlier, wishing someone well after they leave is like the bare minimum of like an olive branch that you can offer out of them. It's like an olive leaf that you're sticking out, right? And this feels like a bad breakup. This feels like someone keying your car on the way out, right? Because I just don't understand how there could be any possibility of reconciling with the person that is leaving after you say something like this. And again, this is me reacting to it as like, my personal feelings. But from the perspective of, again, from a media analysis perspective, having one of your talents come out and say this is fucked. Because what it means is that now the audience is led to believe that this is how they should feel about the situation as well. That, again, it's not just, oh, they're gone from the company. It's, oh, they're gone and you shouldn't even think about supporting them in the future. And this is stuff... Yeah, she really feels personally slighted, Philly, exactly. So again, I say this later on in the video, but part of what makes this so fucked is the fact that Niji's management was able to, convince everyone somehow that this was a personal thing, right? That Zaion had personally hurt the other talents, and that was the reason why she was being let go. It wasn't. She was being let go because of professional differences, but the termination doesn't allow for any room. Doesn't allow any room for that. And this is always a thing. So whenever you're looking at any sort of corporate messaging, whether it be mainstream media, whether it be like, I don't know, a games publisher, for example, this is actually really relevant to what we're about to talk about. A corporation will always want to frame any sort of conflict as an interpersonal dispute. The reason being that it's a lot easier to fix an interpersonal dispute than it is to fix a systemic problem. So, for example, if you have a problem with my corporation and we manage to narrow it down to an interpersonal dispute, either your people are in the wrong and we can just, boot you out the door, shut the door in your face and say goodbye, or our people are wrong and we can just shoot them in the back of the head and replace them with a new set. So, again, those are two easy, clean solutions that don't involve any sort of complex thinking or corporate restructuring. And every corporation, ideally not every, but definitely a lot of the big ones have that exact same approach towards solving problems, which is just make it a people problem and then dispose of the people. And that is exactly what Niji is doing here.
Her future ahead for now, Zaion, but maybe in the future, like maybe someday, like when our paths intersect with each other, like I don't know if that's even possible because
this is a wild inclusion to the statement. Just casually referencing her lore while you say, fuck you, goodbye. And I'm so surprised that the irony of this didn't dawn on them while they were saying this. Also, can we just have a moment to appreciate how fucking prophetic the lore writers at Niji have been so far? Because you have Illyra's lore, where she stabbed her sister Selen in the back in order to protect the world that she existed in. And now you have this where Zaion was a doomsayer from the future who came back to warn people about a coming apocalypse, and in doing so lost her own future in the process. That shit is so...
you came from
There comes a time when you just have to laugh.
the future, but that's my personal intake about this.
There is a lot to unpack here. On the surface, Kotoka's statements about loving Niji and everyone in it might seem fairly innocuous, but it also paints a very specific picture of Niji's work environment. We are led to believe...
Did any of you catch that in the background of this asset? Oh wait, I keep forgetting. I'll keep my eye on chat while I keep going forward. But yeah, this is exactly how I imagine Niji headquarters looked when False dropped that tweet. Just something's happening in the background. Presumably they're asking about how they can get the next high school graduate to sign on as an intern, and then you just have like a suit just looking at Twitter, having their head in their hands, going, shit, we need to do something about this drama tuber. This plague upon our brand. But yeah, I have no doubt that this is exactly how petty Niji's management is about stuff like this. And this is probably more often than not exactly what the inside of their office looks like as well.
That said environment is one of mutual support and love. Conversely, this also implies that Zaion was just an aberration, a deviant that threatened the integrity of this safe space and who was rightfully ejected as a result. This perception of Zaion as a liability...
Yeah, so again, this is another example of when I did feel like it was really important to just make sure that when I interpreted this statement the way it did, that emphasis on the do is not... Again, I really do think that this was said in context, and that this wasn't just an ESL thing. That she did say, I do know when someone is disrespecting the ones I love. And again... this is definitely a message that Niji's management would be incentivized to get Kotoka to present to the public.
To those around her is further amplified by the next section of Kotoka's address, where she states this.
I'm sad to see my gym mates having to apologize for this because, honestly...
if I was going to make my own schizo rat about this, her saying having to apologize would be a bit of a Freudian slip. Because, again, like I say later on in the video, none of these talents have to apologize unless they were told to do so by management.
This wasn't their fault.
At risk of stating the obvious, since the decision wasn't theirs to make, none of the talents had to apologize unless they were told to do so by management. However, by excluding any mention of management's role in this termination decision, the statements made by these talents all serve to paint Zaion as the source of all the pain and emotional distress arising from the situation. By contrast,
Again, someone pointed this out, actually, in either one of the comments or I don't remember whether it was on my video or on one of the Reddit posts on r/Kurosanji, but it's really telling that Niji has not yet given the public a public-facing spokesperson to act on behalf of the company, whereas almost all the other major VTubing corpos have that. And it's situations like this where they really should have had one, but they didn't, and they just subbed in their talents instead.
the remaining members of X-Soleil are framed as helpless victims, devastated by the aftermath of the termination, just as their audiences are. And when it comes to Nii Sanji's manipulative use of talent victimhood, nowhere is it put on display
Here we go.
more than it is in Hex Haywire's statement. During his stream, Hex reiterates many of the points made by his genmates. However, what's his address?
I will say that when I first took a look at this statement, the first thing I thought was, why the fuck is this guy playing Rain ASMR over what he's saying? And then I went through some of his other streams and I realized it was his BGM. So that's, in case you're wondering, that's why I have this bracketed there, because I'm assuming that other people might have the same sort of knee-jerk reaction to hearing that.
Want to say first and foremost, as both a liver for Nii Sanji,
Man, why didn't this guy blow up in 2020? This is like, well, actually, I think I know why he wouldn't. This is like, actually, no, I won't say it.
and someone who has suffered through essay sexual assaults as a young.
Okay, this is something I haven't seen a lot of this, but there have been like one or two comments that are kind of like, oh, your representation of, like, why would you bring up that Hex said something so vulnerable, etc. To make it very clear, these two words are not allowed on YouTube, or if they are, they will kill your video. I could have censored them with anything. I could have used a Vine boom. I could have used the dolphin sound. I could have used like the Among Us sting. But I chose to keep them silent because, again, you don't punctuate subtitles without also having the intention of preserving some aspect of the intention of what was said originally, right? So I don't know why I'm saying this to you guys, because I don't think you guys are at all likely to be saying something along those lines. But I do take this stuff pretty seriously, and even if I disagree with the way that he's using this information, right, I'm still going to try my best to present it in a way that's not designed to make light of it in any way.
Young person, as a younger individual, I cannot condone a lot of the jokes and a lot of the things that she said, and it devastates me. It devastates me because I never would have guessed that it would come to this. It would happen this abruptly.
Now,
You only covered it. Do you mean you only would cover it with sound effect because it's not serious matter? But yeah, again, like when I censor those words, I put like a gap in there in terms of like, just silence, because again, I don't want to like make it out as if I'm making fun of him for that or anything. So again, coming back to the point.
Publicly sharing that you're a victim of SA or any other form of abuse is...
Yeah, okay, so Brinelius, good spot. A lot of the jokes, as if she did it constantly. I did question why. Because when I was reading through the entire thing, one of the things that Zaion kept getting flack for, and something that Sayu is still getting flack for some reason, is the fact that at some point she made Shota jokes. And I mean, I don't know if she still does. But I mean, again, one of the things that she addressed in her, that Sayu addressed in her One Girl Story, is that are the Shota jokes, right? She did have a section where she was explicitly clarifying that Shota jokes do not mean that you actually like little boys. I know, crazy, right? But I always felt like it was really weird that Niji didn't address the Shota jokes as part of their thing, as part of their termination. And I believe that the reason for that is that they want the Shota jokes to be interpreted in the exact same way as the SA joke. So, no, she doesn't? Okay, yeah, that confirms it. So, yeah, I know, right? No way. So, yeah, what is being done here when Hex says a lot of the jokes is it does imply that it was like this constant ongoing thing. And the only way that would realistically be the case is if the Shota jokes were interpreted as just another part of the SA jokes. And by the way, actually, this was going to be a whole other. Yeah, it's an inside joke about Genshin Impact. Like, I mean, my first exposure to Genshin Impact was watching one of Maxwell's old reviews on Genshin Impact. And it literally ends with him going, "The age of consent is 18-year-old. Tips that all Genshin players should know." So this is like a well-established joke within the context of the community playing that game. And the fact that it's presented in this way is just, again, it's just very unethical.
Not itself a bad thing.
It was kind of hilarious earlier on in the month when Kenji's whole spat with Sayu came about, and Parrot tweeted like an image of all of the Hololive members that have ever made a joke about Shota. And like, because he does have a point with that, right? People don't call out Hololive because they know that if they did, they'd look stupid. Because it is stupid. Yeah.
But what complicates the way that Hex has done so
I agree, the Maxwell joke was peak.
here is how his victimhood is being used to qualify his condemnation of Zaion.
Okay, I'm going to do something a little manipulative here. And I'm going to talk about something with a slight amount of outside of the context of me making this video, outside of the context of me analyzing stuff from a media student's perspective, right? This is just like my personal thoughts. And again, I need you to understand this, that everything I'm about to say, even if it's like my personal thoughts, is always presented to you through the medium that we're using, YouTube, live stream, as content. So if this idea doesn't gel with you, or if worse, you connect with what I'm about to say, that you interpret it as just content, right? There may come a point in your life where you realize how profoundly alone you are in your own head. As a kid, this might happen like one day when you graze your knee or you fall on your face and you cry, and when your parents come over to rub your head, kiss your boo-boo, that you realize that they didn't come over because they feel your pain. They come over because you cried about feeling pain. And that moment where you realize that you are truly alone in your own head, in all of your thoughts, all of your feelings, that can be a really traumatic thing to realize about life in general. And some people never get over that trauma. Some people, because of that, will go on to cry constantly because they want people to be there to kiss their boo-boos, to rub their heads. Some people will, and I'm one of these people, who will be so traumatized by that you will spend the rest of your life obsessively trying to figure out how best to use language so you can minimize the amount of distance between your thoughts and feelings and other people's thoughts and feelings through language, through expression, through communication. That's part of the reason why I chose to do a media and communications degree. But regardless of how good you get at using language, you will never, ever be able to overcome that fundamental distance between your experience and the experience of literally anyone else. And that's a lonely thing to realize. And that's a lonely thing to come to terms with. And it's something that a lot of the way we present victimhood on social media, on social platforms especially, that is something that people have kind of forgotten. One of the greatest lies that social media has ever managed to impart to us as a population is that victimhood can be compared. And this is part of a broader thing. This is a uniquely modern mental illness where we have, and this is actually like a phenomenon in media where it's called datafication, right? Where things that have no business being tangible, like emotions, like trauma, like victimhood, like experience, has a number that can be assigned to it. We datafy it in some way. How do you reconcile the trauma of someone who is, a Palestinian citizen in Gaza, right, on social media, with someone who woke up and realized that their cat had died in their sleep? You can't. They are two different types of pain, two completely different experiences, and two completely incomparable experiences. There is no question of magnitude, because to ask what a comparison of magnitude would be is to miss the point entirely. Again, the idea that we could, exactly, Ardentop, make the unmeasurable measurable. That is a uniquely social media, a uniquely modern mental illness. And the reason why I bring all of this up is because being a victim of something, of abuse, of assault, of whatever, of oppression, it is a uniquely isolating experience. And it's just like, you will never be able to convey to other people exactly how it feels to be you in that moment. And the problem I have with this statement and the way that it's worded is that this statement, being worded the way that it is, attempts to initiate a sort of competition to see whose victimhood deserves to be considered more. Is it Hex's, who was abused as a younger person? Or is it Zaion's, who was abused by her company? Again, it's such a shitty thing for management to do, to set up this situation where victimhood is supposed to be like compared and contrasted and weighed up against each other, because that's not how it works. And like, on top of that, right? I'm just trying to figure out how to put this. On top of that, that really gets at people nowadays expect victimhood to be this kind of thing where it's like a token currency that you can convert into authority, whether it be authority to speak up about the topic or authority to, condemn other people on behalf of other people who are supposedly similar victims to yourself. That's just not how it works. Because if you are a victim of something, you will very much know that it's not a power-up. It's not something you congratulate someone for. It doesn't translate into anything. And the moment we were given the tools to sort of convert victimhood or experiences of victimhood into clout or into numbers or into some form of engagement, I feel like we got set on a path of forgetting that victimhood is fundamentally not a good thing, and that it doesn't empower you. The way that you cope with your victimhood empowers you, not the victimhood itself. And this is also why on Twitter you see everyone clamoring to try to be a victim of something, because somehow we've managed to dupe ourselves into thinking that victimhood is this kind of social currency when it's nothing of the sort. And again, it's like mental illness or autism. Yeah. Again, it's turning all of its platforms fucking these things into being a numbers-based game that people can play. And I'm not saying that if you do share your experiences of being traumatized or a victim of something online, then you're automatically only doing it for clout. No, not at all. But if you try to use it as a way of claiming authority over a subject or an attempt to attack or silence somebody else, then yeah, fuck you. That's not victimhood. That is you trying to disguise something else behind the guise of victimhood. It's inspiration, exactly. So something that I will end up talking about a little bit later is how one of the hallmarks of a moral panic, because the thing I want all of you guys to remember and take away from this is that moral panics are an environment. They are not a media tactic. They are not just a media tactic. They are an environment, right? And folk devils do not, they do not emerge in isolation. They emerge only after an environment like this has been created. One of the hallmarks of an environment that would lead to moral panics and folk devils is the fetishization and monopolization of victimhood. That is one of the first signs that something is about to go very wrong. So again, whenever you see someone trying to make it so that, someone trying to split hairs in who can be a victim of something and who can't, that is when you should begin to brace yourself for something like this to happen.
Regardless of his intentions, this effectively frames Zaion's infractions as a personal slight against Hex and implies a degree of malice behind her words and actions.
I love the fact that the Lethal Company OST fits so well over this. Because, I mean, if Niji were to ever have a theme song of its own, I am thoroughly convinced that Zekas has already composed it. Just imagine doing this. Like, actually try to conceive of how management ever thought this was a good idea. 'Cause, I mean, I guess it kind of worked in the moment, but holy shit, is it coming back to bite them now?
At best, you could argue that this was done with a neglectful ignorance of how Hex's words would be interpreted by some members of the Western audience as a...
It is so wild that there are people still outwardly calling Sayu a PDF file. But again, I'm still keeping my fingers crossed for that hypothetical situation in the future where one creator who's rich and has nothing better to do, has no more content to make, decides to just take some Twitter brain rot to court. On that day, a precedent will be written that will go on to save society, mark my words.
A license to attack Zaion. But...
Can you imagine the livers that have been on hiatus? That's what makes it scary for me, because Qatar... yeah, exactly. So, again, Niji has kind of created this situation where they will never be able to break out of where they are now in terms of everything being viewed with suspicion. If a liver is speaking, they could be skinwalking. If a liver is absent, they could be suspended. If a liver isn't saying anything, they could be terminated. Did the liver make a yab? It's either favoritism or they are about to be terminated or suspended. It's a permanent game of guessing what the worst case scenario is. And this was so easily avoidable. But at the end of the day, like Riku said, this is not a business where we invest billions of yen only to recover it years later. So, comes with the territory, I guess.
At worst, this could be viewed as a deliberate attempt at mobilizing online audiences
as a as the, personally, again, not as someone who has the responsibility of wording things respectfully because I'm making a video and narrating over it. Just as me personally, I really do think that it was malice that drove this tactic, right? Like, in the video, of course, for the sake of balance, I will present both scenarios where it's like best, worst case scenario, best case negligence, worst case malice. At this point, when I'm looking back at what management has done, I really do believe it is malice. But again, personal belief.
For a harassment campaign. Ultimately, it is this shared sense of disappointment and helplessness expressed by all three talents that viewers are being encouraged to identify with. It's also what Niji's management is relying on to give these talents the credibility to speak out about the situation, despite them having no say in the termination decision and lacking any PR expertise of their own.
Okay, so this is another thing. Actually, I'll let the video play out a little bit more before I go on.
Moral panics are especially destructive when they're...
This is the only currency that the talents can offer in a situation like this. The only thing they can offer is their own victimhood. There is nothing else that gives them the credibility to speak about the situation, because they are not management, they have not made this decision, and they are not experts, which means that they have no PR training. They should not be used as PR. And therefore, the only thing that they could offer to the conversation is saying, oh, I was a victim of whoever was just terminated. And like I say in the video, this use of victimhood as some sort of, some sort of source of credibility, this currency that you can use to convert into authority to speak out about a situation, this is mental illness. This is a lie that we have been fed by the way that the platforms we use to talk to one another. This is a lie that we've been fed by the platforms that we use to talk to one another. Because that's not how victimhood works. And it's just so exasperating when I see both corporations and individual users fall into this kind of mindset.
They're used in the context of a publicized interpersonal dispute because they have a tendency to turn perceived victimhood into...
Also, in case you ever wanted a way of like verbalizing why moral panics are so bad, why VTweeters are so harmful in their way of gaining clout on Twitter, this is exactly why. Because of the fact that they are trying to start a moral panic, and this is what moral panics do to the idea of victimhood. It fucks it.
To a source of credibility. As a result, subsequent discussions around the subject of the moral panic...
I just realized that I've unintentionally started doom-pilling some of you. And while I am a little bit sorry for doing that, I mean... At the end of the day, none of us want to be alone, so welcome to having my occupational illness of actually knowing how media theory works.
Tend to devolve into a victimhood contest that further obscures other, more systemic problems that...
Again, I want you to cast your minds back to when Zaion was first terminated, and how a depressing amount of the discussion around it was... a depressing amount of it revolved around, oh, Zaion made fun of struggle cuddle. Oh, Zaion, is a PDF file. And then people on the other side are also going, no, fuck off, that was just a joke. No, that joke didn't mean anything. When in actuality, behind the scenes, Niji's management was just like laughing to themselves in a corner.
Might underlie the situation.
The most important thing when you're trying to get at an issue that is larger than just a single person is to resist the temptation to just compare size when it comes to victimhood. Because if you do that, then you've already lost the argument. You've lost by resorting to the weakest part of the argument, which is the person saying it, or the person that you're advocating on behalf of. And again, all of these issues that Nii has, mismanagement, adversarial perms, not caring about talent well-being, and favoritism, none of this can be solved by just firing one person or condemning 3 others. It's way bigger than that. And because it's way bigger than that, management will always do everything in its power to have this be the main kind of conflict whenever a talent gets let go or something. Ad
And
hominem,
this
yeah,
is
basically.
what makes Zaion's termination so fucked up. Because at this point, Niji had succeeded.
Twitter users do a lot of that. That's true. But that's also a direct result of the way Twitter as a platform is structured. Twitter wants you to feel angry. Okay, so when it comes to... So remember how earlier we talked about how Facebook proved that these apps can manipulate the emotions of its users? Of their users. So the thing is, there are a bunch of different emotions that these apps can make you feel, but some are more profitable than others. Happiness and depression are 2 emotions that are not profitable for users to feel, because if you're happy, you switch off. If you're depressed, they risk you switching off permanently. The 2 emotions that they want you to feel are anxiety and guilt, because anxiety drives a need for distraction, whereas guilt drives a need for engagement. You feel like you need to do something about it, right? So you go and you engage with more of the content on those platforms. Again, always remind yourself, guilt and anxiety are the 2 things that these corporations want you to feel the most. And to some extent, we fetishize the idea of, well, anger is also one of them. Yeah, anger too, actually. I'll add that to the list. Because when you're angry, you feel like you need to do something to correct whatever's offending you. So yeah, whenever you feel apathy on a social media platform, honestly, at this point, I've started to believe that that is actually a good thing. That apathy is a natural defense against emotional manipulation. Because these platforms are fundamentally designed to fuck with the way that you work as a human being. And we know now that they have done that in the past, and that there's nothing stopping them from doing it now or in the future. So, if you ever see something on your feeds, on your timelines, that tries to get you to feel angry, anxious, or guilty, disengage with it. If it's too much of a problem, block it. I don't know if actually marking it as not interested in this subject does anything. I haven't tested that enough to see. But yeah, just disengage with it. Because the moment you do, the algorithms will kick in and it'll start trying to homogenize your feed with just that thing. And on top of that, just this whole idea of trying to guilt people into paying attention to a humanitarian issue. And this goes back to the Scarlet rant as well. But like, out of all the things that you could try to get people to feel, to get compassion and real action and change implemented in the world, why the fuck would you use guilt? Guilt is such a shit motivator, because more often than not, the person who feels guilt will spend more time trying to avoid that feeling than actually doing the thing. So, there is no world in which guilt is a good motivator of action. So, anyone who tries to shame you for not engaging with a social issue I'm convinced, I want to believe that most of them are just children and they don't know better. They need better parents. But like, even if they're adults, don't fall for the bait. It's not your job to care about any issue besides your own life. And the fact that you have compassion and that it's being taken away from you because it's constantly being fucked through the eye by these social media apps, that's not your fault, right? Shame than guilt? Okay. I make very little distinction between those 2 terms because they tend to come as a pair.
In framing the whole situation as an interpersonal dispute between Zaion and the other talents instead of a labor dispute between Zaion and Niji. So when Almost 2 months later, Sayu would come forward with a personal statement detailing the harrowing experiences of what it was like to work at Niji. The weight of her experiences were mired in the controversy that Niji had created around her termination.
And again, with that one move, Sayu's whole case against workplace abuse, essentially, was just put on hold indefinitely in the public eye until Dokiba sort of like broke the lid off the keg a year later. I mean, how long has this stream been already? It's like what? It's definitely over an hour, but I'm going to assume that anyone who's watching at this point probably won't be like... Look, I don't empathize with that situation, and so I should probably explain this. I define empathy as the ability to feel the same way as someone else despite not having experienced the same thing. I define sympathy as being able to feel the same way as someone else because you've experienced similar things. And I define understanding as the ability to conceptualize how someone feels. I feel like empathy is grossly overrated, and I feel like we need more understanding, because it's okay if you don't feel the same way as other people. It doesn't stop you from being able to understand where they're coming from, though. And I can understand why to have your situation, you're being fucked over, overlooked for an entire year, and then people only paying attention to it or coming to the realization of what really happened because it happened to someone else. I can understand why that would be grating. I've never gone through a similar experience myself, but I can understand why that would grate on your soul. So, like, again, something that Sayu has reiterated a lot of times is that she's not completely healed. And honestly, I don't blame her. Because, again, Niji really pulled off the impossible here. This should not have worked, but it did. And I'm at this point, I'm just hopeful that, like, in some ways, I pray that this is no longer a possible avenue for Niji's management to take now. Now that we've had 2 cases of this happening and one blow up spectacularly in their face.
Although it's never stated directly, one girl's story describes a textbook case of a toxic work environment. One characterized by managerial neglect, adversarial perms processes, a callous disregard for talent well-being and mental health, as well as preferential treatment of some talents over others. And the kicker? All of these issues were brought up again a year later during Senen's termination by a combination.
Again, exact same thing, right? All of these are systemic problems. You don't get absent management plus adversarial perms plus disregard for talent well-being plus favoritism by not having anything wrong with the environment that you're working in. So this is what kind of this is, as someone who both studies this and who personally enjoys watching VTuber content, it pisses me off that Niji uses its talents as PR in such like a forced and jittery puppeteering way. Because we have several examples of talents acting as the best PR agents you could ever ask for in like HoloLive, Face Connect. Because like, let's be honest, if you give someone an environment where they feel financially, socially, psychologically, emotionally supported, and you give them the tools that they need to fulfill whatever creative vision they have, they're not going to shut up about how much they love working there. And that is realistically the best PR you could ever get, because that tells the audiences that it's not only okay, but it's good to support them. And it also tells other prospective talents that this is actually somewhere where you would want to work. So again, it's crazy to me that that, again, all of these systemic issues give rise to a kind of situation where you are locked out of being able to use talents for good PR, and you are only ever going to be able to use them for this kind of puppeteering that we see at Niji. So it absolutely blows my mind why they wouldn't try to fix some of these problems. But again, I guess it's just this isn't a business where we invest billions of yen type situation.
Of Dokibird herself and Nii Sanji's own statements. Niji doesn't want you to see the similarities between these two terminations. In fact, botching the execution of their...
Oh yeah, I didn't mention Vshoujo. Vshoujo is a great example. I would argue that they have artificial inflation of how good the perception of their management is because of the fact that they are acting as Niji's rehabilitation center. No flack on their management though. I'm sure they're doing a great job. But again, it is interesting to think about how visible their management's competence would be if they didn't take in these ex-Niji talents.
Strategy the second time round almost worked in their favor. After all, it's easy to get so caught up in the recent spectacle of Niji's failure to destroy one of their talents.
Oh. Look. I mean, if you've put this in the chat, then I will address this. Look. She is right. It is none of their business. Look, if anybody, and I do want to just clarify this publicly, if anybody has a right to react to my videos, it is Sayu. Or with the first case, with my first video, it is Dokibird. Anyone who I put as the subject of my video has an automatic pass to react to it. And in this case, honestly, if Sayu wants to react to my video, I want to reiterate, I stand behind that decision. And I don't think I don't think it's reasonable to interpret that as a sign of, oh, she hasn't been able to move on. Because this is bigger than just her. Like, okay, look, even if it was just because she wanted more people or she wanted a better way of articulating why what she went through was so fucked, right? Even beyond that, which I am already fully understanding of, this is something that could happen again. This is something that could happen to other people. So this is, again, a bigger issue than just... And I also really hate the argument that, oh, she hasn't moved on, and saying that as if it's like some sort of like thing that condemns her character. Like, again, I'm not saying this is how she feels, but I would understand if you don't move on within a year from having your entire name dragged through the dirt and from people still being willing to willy-nilly call you a PDF file in front of everybody else, and just have your ex-coworkers who you thought were your friends stand behind the corporation that abused you to essentially just not only kick you out the door, but shoot you in the back of the knee on the way out. Because they tried to kill her career. The point of dissecting this smear campaign is to show, so ideally, right? My vision for these videos is to act as a sort of like, almost like a textbook, where it can be something that you refer back to whenever you observe a pattern happening in the future that might relate to this. And this whole smear campaign, this shit that we went through in the video, like the whole point is that it could happen to anyone. And again, there is no reason to condemn Sayu for reacting to this. So again, like, if she wants to react to this, on a personal level, I stand behind it. On a professional level, I stand behind it. On the level of someone who just understands how this shit works and thinks that other people should be able to understand it too, I stand behind her on this. So, I mean, look, if a bunch of brain-rotted individuals want to start up another moral panic, it's not going to work. I mean, ultimately the decision is up to her. But regardless of what she chooses, I will stand behind it, right? And again, it's so fucked that she even has to like take these freaks into account. But yeah.
That you might not even realize that they've already succeeded at...
I don't know how to raid. This is my first time attempting to stream on anything, so...
destroying...
Someone may need to, the irony of people who accuse her of refusing to move on are probably in the same as people who accuse her of being a PDF file. Yeah, I believe that. I would believe that, honestly. Because, again, it doesn't show a lot of understanding or empathy if you rag on someone for not being able to move on from this shit. This is more professional and personal turmoil that most people will go through in their entire careers, let alone within the span of 1 year. Let me remind you, she got doxxed for this shit. Like, what? Also, do I want to talk about this? Nah, never mind. I'll maybe save it for a future stream if I want to talk about something that's if I want to talk about something that covers like a media theory angle of a situation. But yeah, if Zion's not fully moved on from this, completely understandable. And honestly, people who would disparage her for that, it's just freakish behavior. I'm not gonna lie.
One in the past. See, Sayu Synchronicity, she survived. Given enough time and in light of recent events,
there was a period when I was like, editing this particular sequence and like, talking about how Sayu's managed to like successfully move on from what Niji did to her. Where I was kind of tossing up including a reference to the Kenji situation, but in hindsight, this is more than anything a sign that things are definitely better now than they were before. Because people are reaching out to her. She's collabing with people. This shit is fire.
She
bro.
might come to enjoy
like,
some...
Hag Divers? That is Kino. Hag Divers is the shit. But, like, just the fact that people are willing to reach out and collab publicly with her, especially after having read her document where she said something along the lines of she is worried about reaching out to other people because she felt like a personal liability, which, by the way, is an effect that is entirely attributable to the way that Niji went about assassinating her character. But just seeing this is so peak, and I'm really glad that I used this instead of like any sort of like drama or anything to showcase like moving on
of the success she deserves.
Hag Emblem, yeah, don't worry, I have that
to
here.
Join one of the largest VTubing agencies of her time, regardless of how short her tenure was. However, for Zaion Lanza, it's a completely different story. Isolated, demonized, and silenced with cold precision, there was never going to be a future for Zion.
Okay, so if anyone who's watching has, wants to make content or wants to make scripted content in particular, I thoroughly recommend just, stewing in your creative process for a little bit and just sitting down, turning on the record button on like your phone or something, and just allowing yourself to yap into the air, yap to yourself. Because occasionally you will come up with lines that fit so well thematically with what you're trying to say, but won't be a conscious thought. When I came up with this line, right, there was never going to be a future for Zion, I didn't realize until I looked at it after I'd finished making the video that this is a perfect description of Zion that ties in her lore as well. The whole irony of the fact that she went back in time to try to save the future and in doing so lost her own in real life. Like that level of like, practice yapping. That level of synergy between what you're saying and what you mean and the themes of what you're talking about, that is something that very often cannot be accomplished by trying to consciously bang out a script. Sometimes you just gotta, like, you know, let yourself loose, and whatever comes out of your head comes out of your head. And occasionally, when you look back at it, you will go, "Oh shit, that was fire! I can't believe I came up with that." And to be honest, yeah, it's like the best writing can sometimes be done unconsciously. So,
A fact that she could only have realized
practice to be a preacher. That is a good way of putting it.
once it was already too late.
Prophetic law writing
Zion
is fire.
was
I agree.
no saint, but she was a prophet, one that few listened to at the time on account of her being defined by her mistakes instead of her experiences. This is what it means to become a folk devil. When all is said and done, folk devils are just a symptom of a volatile environment.
Okay, so this is something that I really, really want to hammer home, is that folk devils cannot emerge unless the environment that creates them first happens. So, here's the thing. The reason why I've gone with the pinned comment that I have on my video, even though it's not the most liked comment, is I feel like it is a very important thing to remember that the enemy here are not the other livers, no matter how dislikable, no matter how much they seem to bootlick Niji. It's not them that is the problem. It is the environment that is the problem. And we cannot allow for an environment that folk devils can emerge from to happen outside of Niji as well. Because, and I tried to get this across in my reply, but it's, again, I want to just reiterate this in a better way now that I've had more time to think about it. The problem with creating an environment where folk devils might emerge is that once that environment is created, you lose all control over being able to select who gets turned into a folk devil. It's creating an environment that will give birth to folk devils is a bit like telling a group of people to stand outside during a thunderstorm. Sure, you can instruct one of them to hold up a long metal pole, but that doesn't mean that they are going to be the first one who's hit by said lightning. And if they are hit, it doesn't guarantee that they will be the last one to be hit. So the most important thing is to guarantee that this kind of environment never gets created in the first place. And I say this is especially relevant to this situation because, like I said before, not all of the ex-Soleil members, in my opinion, are equally liable for the suffering that Zaion went through in terms of her, like, public image. There are some that contributed to it more than others, and there are some that I would argue didn't really contribute to it at all, like Doppio. And the problem is, if we do end up creating an environment where folk devils can be made out of people like Kotoka, like Hex, then we will have created an environment that is just as likely to strike down Doppio, to strike down Ver, to strike down Moloko as well. Because, again, the thing that I can't reiterate enough is that once you make these environments, you lose all control over them. Even with mainstream media, they have no control over how the public responds to them attempting to provoke a moral panic over an extended period of time. And even when they're in the middle of creating that moral panic, there is always a chance that it could backfire on them at any time. So, yeah. TLDR, don't create environments that would create folk devils or moral panics. It's not worth it. You can try to view it as a tactic, you can try to use it as a tactic, but the cost is not worth the reward.
One where deep-rooted issues exist without readily apparent solutions, where the simple but illusory catharsis of condemning a scapegoat is prioritized over the more...
It is so wild, it is incomprehensibly stupid that this line was ever said in a stockholder meeting. What the fuck do you mean? Our business is not a business where we invest billions of yen and recover it several years later. Is that not the literal definition of an investment? Why the fuck would you say this to your shareholders? The mind boggles.
Complex.
Oh, also, just a fun fact about the word scapegoat. it comes from a practice where, so I don't know how much this will be useful to you guys, because what matters more nowadays is the way that a word is used, not what it actually means. But the word scapegoat actually just comes from the meaning of the word. It comes from a synonym of sacrifice, where it basically means that something is blamed for your problems, and then it's like, it's marked down, it's exiled as a way of getting that problem to leave as well. However, there is, in the original definition of the word, a scapegoat has no inherent need for guilt as well. A scapegoat is just the thing you blame, not whether it's something that is actually that the blame is actually meaningfully attributed to, or can be meaningfully attributed to. So just small tidbit. Yeah, sacrificial lamb is probably a better way of putting it. So yeah, in its purest definition, scapegoat should not mean guilt. It should just mean blame.
Task of implementing effective reforms from the ground up. Nii Sanji Ien has time and time again.
It was at this point in editing where I was kind of like, this was like, for reference, this was like 2 weeks ago or something, like 2 weeks, 1 week ago, where I was getting towards the end. I was sweating a little bit because I was like, I might not have enough stock footage to act as visuals for the end of the video. And then Virtual Rhapsody happened, and I was no longer worried.
Again, given the public reason to believe that it is one such environment. And in such an environment, where suspicions of favoritism, neglect, and petty conflict have...
I have seen people say that, Claude is doing decently. I have seen some of the recent stuff around Vivi, but I really do believe that Nii kind of did this generation dirty. They've gotten like 0 promotion. The most promotion I think they've gotten is Vivi clapping back on Twitter about the artist thing. And that was kind of corrupted by how obviously coordinated and insincere it looked when the other livers started joining in. And then it got utterly derailed by Uki's white people comments. But yeah, this generation has not received nearly the amount of promotion that you would expect of a generation of a corporation this big. Yeah, they didn't even give them a name. Like, what are they doing? But yeah, obviously, we all know favoritism, Luxium, synonyms at this point. And the whole 3-3R thing. What is it again? A 3-3R? I don't know. But that being such a massive part of how fan bases acted towards one another, and the fact that management didn't meaningfully step in to curb that in any way, that is just another failure on managing your talents. Because this should realistically never happen. But I guess Nii doesn't care.
Become the norm in the eyes of the public, it only takes a single mistake.
I'll pause once we get to this section, but I'll let the rest play out, because I have noticed that in the other reacts, people are clamoring to let the outro play out in full. So I will do that once we get
for
to
someone to be
this
into a...
I'm not going to say that the reason why Nii forced Scale to apologize for the whole Palestine thing is because of the Kurosanji thing, but I wouldn't be surprised if behind the scenes management was petty enough to allow that to affect their decision making. And also, can we just take a moment to appreciate how Nii has an actual policy towards regarding slander and defamation towards our livers, and has never meaningfully used it even once. They actually directed people to harass Zaion before, and they didn't do shit when people were harassing Scarlet for what is possibly the stupidest attempt at activism I have ever seen, at least over the past 2 years.
A pariah. It doesn't matter if you're a talent,
Oops.
a manager...
Small detail that I do want to draw a little bit of attention of. I didn't want to put two different figures of Selen and Zaion together because I felt like that would ruin the visual. So I went with this sort of like, so I went with the the Selen hair on Zaion PNG from before. And notice where I've put each of the symbols. Top half Selen with that, bottom half Zaion with this.
Or hell, even the CEO. If the culture
I'll just let
you
it play.
fostered prioritizes scapegoats over solutions, then no one is safe. So to those who might aid in the creation of a folk devil, a word of warning. If anyone can be turned into a folk devil, then the next one could be you.
Fun fact, actually, the first line that I actually managed to lock down and script was the next folk devil. Sorry, the next one could be you, to accompany this music. Once I had that down, I was like, yep, this video can work. So that was the first line that was scripted. In addition to that, small sound design thing. So you might have noticed like that. I don't know how many people might have noticed this when you first went, but there's like this slight whistling sound that occurs when subscribe pops up. And you know how like in a lot of like old desert montages or whatever, you would have like that lone whistle across to just signal how like desolate the environment is. So I made that whistle by taking the first note of I think Cry of the Unheard is the name of the song. So that first long note and then pitching it up so that it suited the song around it. But yeah, this visual, the moment I learned of the Sayu is V Jesus thing, I knew that this was the visual that I had to make for the end of this video. You can actually see in this this frame of the shot how I wanted this to be like really hard to see because it's hard to make out, but it's supposed to be a tombstone with Kyo's tie, Mika's nail, Mr. and Nina's hats, Pomu's ribbon. Have I forgotten anyone? Yeah, but just all of those like assets spread on top of it, right? People who've actually like, you know, been buried in peace, shall we say. And then you have the 3 crosses. Does anyone know what this is a reference to? And this time I actually will like just take the time to wait a little bit for chat. And I apologize for the pause that's about to come in the VOD. Doki? One of them is Doki getting pulled down. Yeah. So this is a reference to only if you're not a Christian or a Wendigoon fan, this is a reference to the crucifixion of Jesus, very obviously, right? But the thing is, in a lot of paintings, this is a scene, this is part of the story that doesn't often get told as much as just the fact that Jesus was crucified. The story of Jesus' final moments was that he was crucified alongside 2 other criminals. One of them being the penitent thief, which is the thief that admitted wrongdoing and was given peace in the afterlife, and the other being the unrepentant thief. And the unrepentant thief is usually displayed to the right side of the painting whenever this scene is depicted. And the unrepentant thief, the quote that he gives is something along the lines of, "If you are really Christ, take yourself off the cross and take us down with you." And I think if anyone can be said to have taken herself down from the cross that Niji set up for her, it would be Doki, right? But then again, a lot of people, well, some people picked up on the fact that there was a third cross and it was empty. And if anyone could be said to be the one who was supposedly, quote unquote, quote marks, buried in peace, it would probably be Yugo. Now, you can see at the bottom here, I think there's like a small, it's not blended very well, which is why I don't like pointing this out, but it's just the barest top of Yugo's, unrepentant thief. It's just the barest top of Yugo's headphones. So when I was making this video, originally, and this is the cut content portion of the stream where I get to talk about this. So originally there was going to be another section. This video was originally going to be like 40 something minutes, 50 something minutes, where I would go through Yugo's case and compare it to these as well. But again, I decided last minute to cut it for the sake of brevity, but also because a lot of the stuff that was going on with him was, and I call Yugo him because that's what Yugo identified as while that character was with Niji. If I were to refer to the talent behind Yugo, I would use them. If you know, you know. So yeah, with Yugo, I was going to talk about it, but then a lot of the stuff surrounding his termination was really vague and speculative, and it would go into rat territory that I felt like would kind of take away from it. And however, there are references to the fact that this originally was in the script, because if you rewind the video back to the beginning, when I talk about Zaion's termination, I refer to it as the only other official termination, not the only other termination. So I don't think anyone picked up on that. So now we get to the fun part where, oh dear. Okay, wait, give me a second. Let me grab a charger for my phone because it's dying. All right, now we get to the part where would Gundo count? I think no, but Gundo is different because she got a graduation. Yuko did not get a graduation. So now we get to the slideshow, the PowerPoint part of the stream. Okay, so this is where I'm going to go through some of the content a bit more. So yeah, this is like, you get to see the visual that is like represented, right? So you have like, obviously you have Jesus in the middle, unrepentant thief on the right, and then repentant thief on the left. And the thing that always stood out to me when people talk about Yugo, especially people who talk about Yugo as if it's like some point that discredits the idea that Niji has this method of terminating his talents, is them saying something along the lines of Yugo went out in good terms with the company, and trying to draw some sort of distinction between Yugo and Zaion, which is this statement, Yugo went out in good terms with the company, has aged about as beautifully and gracefully as a pageant mum. Because, I mean, let's look at what good terms with the company qualifies as. So, if you look at his... it was referred to as a graduation, but we're not going to call it that. This was Niji's first stealth termination. So, let's go through it line by line. Thank you for your continued support of the Nii Sanji, yeah, that's also what I call it, and Nii Sanji EN. We hereby announce that Nii Sanji EN's Yugo Asuma has graduated as of December 14th, 2022. Up until today, numerous discussions have been held with Yugo Asuma on what it means to be a liver affiliated with a company. And at this stage, this is already no longer a graduation. The moment they said this, any idea that this could have possibly been construed as a graduation instantly went out the window. And again, It gets worse as you go further. However, despite our discussions, many aspects of his activities and behavior as a liver could not be accepted as a company, and after much deliberation between both parties, as a company who supports many livers from Nii Sanji and Nii Sanji. Okay, I'm assuming at this point the interns had a stroke from overwork and died. We have decided to have Yugo Asuma graduate. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the fans who have supported Yugo Asuma, and we deeply apologize for such an announcement. As of today, Yugo Asuma will cease all liver activities, and his YouTube channel, Twitter, and other social media accounts will be made private, and the sale of merchandise and voice content will also be suspended. The Nii Sanji EN VTuber group, Noctix, will continue with Albin Nox, Sunny Briscoe, Uki Violetta, and Fulgur Ovid. We hope for your continued support of Noctix and Nii Sanji EN. For all inquiries relating to this matter, please contact Anycolor Inc. and refrain from contacting our company's livers, including any contact on social media or on stream. Now, a few things here. This was Yugo's last tweet. At this point, having a Nii liver tweet something that sounds like a goodbye before they get suspended or they go, quote, on holiday is a death flag. So what Yugo says is, hello, my lovely you guys. I want to tell you that you are all awesome. Your existence means a lot. I'm sorry that I'm not good enough to satisfy all of you, but your existence means a lot. I love you, and I hope you are sharing love to everyone. Last tweet, by the way. The next we heard of Yugo, December 14th, terminated. Now, for those who aren't familiar with VTubing, you can be let go of a company in two ways: termination, graduation. Graduation, the equivalent of resigning; termination, the equivalent of getting fired. Usually, if someone graduates, they get to do one final victory lap, one more for the road, where they have a stream, they say goodbye to their friends at the company, they say goodbye to their fans, and then they're set off to ride into the sunset. But with a termination, you don't get any of that. And that's what made it really, really clear, just in case the notice itself wasn't enough, that this was a termination. Yugo never got to say goodbye to his fans. This tweet was the last that his fans ever heard of him as Yugo. And this brings me to the next thing. Immediately after he got terminated, the other talents in his gen started releasing statements about it. Now, granted, based on what we've seen today, these statements look very tame by comparison. But it is noting that if we are to trace an origin point for Niji's current termination strategy, 1 point is an anomaly, 2 points is a coincidence. With 3, that's when we have a pattern. And I want to clarify, having the other talents in someone's gen talk about what happened, talk about the terminated person after they are terminated is not unusual. Like, this happened with HoloLive when Mel Yozora got terminated, and she had her gen mates gather in one stream and talk about it as well. The difference is, and I want to compare this. I want to compare this termination and the response around it with the termination of Mel. So, okay, if we look at Mel's termination notice, pretty much it has been confirmed that Yozora Mel has been engaged in acts that violated a contract by leaking information that she acquired from the company to third parties. As a result, we have determined that it has become difficult to continue managing and supporting her. With the agreement from talent, we have elected to make this decision. Again, they don't mince words. They say that this is a termination. On top of that, they don't try to say that her behavior is it's fundamentally opposed to working in a corporation. They just say that it violated her contract. And on top of that, they finish it by saying, we are taking this matter very seriously. We intend to make further efforts in instructing our affiliated talents. This is not presented as a termination where the sole blame is on Mel. Hololive has taken some responsibility for what happened, right? And this is something that is nowhere to be seen in Yugo's termination notice. They make it as he's the only problem, and we are ejecting him, period. But something else that I want you to realize is that there is nothing unusual about genmates talking about a terminated talent, because this happened with Mel. Her genmates got together and they sort of like reminisced about what it was like. Even Rusha's termination was done on far better terms. Yeah, exactly. So her genmates got together and were talking about their memories together. They were expressing grief. They were expressing nostalgia. It was a whole bunch of just reliving what it was like to still have her with them. There was nothing malicious in it. And that's a very important distinction that I think Niji kind of dropped after Yugo's termination, because at this stage, this is still very similar to what happened with Mel, right? A talent gets terminated. The termination notices are written differently, but that's a difference in management. But then the talents start talking about it. And again, the talents talk about it in very similar tones. Fulgur Ovid, probably the most devastated, at least from the outside looking in, by the loss of Yugo. What is the world without music? A colder, more empty place. Uki, all I remember from Uki's stream is him going, if anyone says that we did not fight to keep Yugo here, I will fight them. So yeah, still expressing grief at the fact that Yugo's gone. Same thing with Briscoe. This is a scar that will never heal. Nox, we know that everyone has a lot of questions. We're still trying to take things in. Please give us more time. So, all in all, a very normal response from other talents about the termination. The only thing that's unusual is the way that the notice was written and how the quote-unquote graduation was done. But then, before we move on to the next part, I want to just remind everyone here of a bunch of other miscellaneous information, right? It's a bunch of disparate facts that I just want you to keep in the back of your head. So one, we know that Height wanted to do a collab with Selen, but they weren't able to for some strange reason. And we know that they were planning to for a while because of how blisteringly quickly they were able to get this out to Doki after she left Niji, in conjunction with the fact that their statement that they were severing their partnership with Niji was basically a gigantic middle finger to the company. So very obviously, this is an example of a talent having an opportunity that was offered to her, or an opportunity that was trying its best to find her and was prevented from reaching her. We also know that one of the reasons why Zaion was initially picked on by management was because she had a successful Genshin streaming career. Or at least, less successful than what she was hoping for from Niji, but definitely in hindsight more successful than anything Niji probably would have been able to give her. So, again, one of the reasons why she was being picked on is because she wanted to use an old Genshin account from her streaming career prior to joining Niji. And this was something that management took issue with. We also know that management blocked a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity from Pomu. So, now that we have all of this in mind, I want to introduce you to the Nii Sanji termination rat. And while I take a drink of water, you can come to your own conclusions about what the acronym for that is. Holy shit, my throat is dying. Okay, I'm going to sound a lot more scratchy from here on out. I apologize if this is not what you want to hear. I could never do ASMR, holy shit. Okay, so, yeah, Nii Sanji termination rat. Like I said before, 1 is an anomaly, 2 is a coincidence, 3 is when we can start to make a pattern. And the pattern that I want to establish is that Niji's management keeps learning the wrong lessons for every attempt that they have at terminating somebody. So, here is the theory. And again, I'm not the first one to come up with this. I want to make that very clear. This is me disclaimer. This is me taking a bunch of disparate facts, many conclusions being ones that other people have already come to, and putting them all together in what resembles a coherent story, at the cost of that story possibly being completely wrong. So as long as you keep that disclaimer in the back of your mind, we're cool. Okay, so the way it starts is, at some point during Yugo's career, management starts picking on him for something. We'll get to what that something is later on. As a result, Yugo is gradually isolated from the rest of his gen until management makes the decision to suspend him. After his suspension, there's a brief talk with the rest of Noctix about how they should go about handling public response to this. At the end of the day, Yugo is let go, the termination notice goes live, and then the other talents start speaking up. And here's where something very important comes to management's attention. The public is understandably angry about the fact that Yugo had been denied a graduation. A lot of people criticized Nii for phrasing their termination notice in an unclear way. Remember this point. And on top of that, again, the public was mad, understandably so. But when the talent started speaking up about it, that initial anger response pivoted to being a sympathy response. Because, understandably, these talents were going through it as well. Right? The audience wasn't the only one that was suffering. It was also the other talents that were his friends. And at this stage, I'm not going to say anything about whether they were actually his friends or not. I genuinely do believe that at least some of them were really friends with Yugo. So at this stage, management takes note of the fact that the talent speaking up not only manages to switch the attention of the public, but manages to placate the public. At this stage, so there are two things that management has gotten out of this at this stage. One, their termination notice needs to be clearer. Two, getting the talents to speak up about the termination works wonders in getting the public off of their back, right? Then we get to Zaion's termination. At this point, they try to implement this same strategy, except instead of just letting the talents talk naturally and just approving of what they say beforehand to make sure nothing negative is said, this time the talents are actually pointed at her like a missile. So at this point, Nii has decided that it is going to consciously have the other talents talk about Zaion and do so in a negative manner, in a way that paints her as a horrible coworker and as a horrible person. On top of that, you'll notice that the termination notice is extraordinarily more specific, if more bloated, because, like I said before, a lot of these reasons are kind of bogus. So, at this point, Nii has their termination strategy down pat. In comes Selen, someone who is, again, overly ambitious, who has the balls to question management. And this time, Nii Sanji wastes no time in executing their strategy. They have a termination notice already ready to go, and it's 3 pages, no less. The only spanner in the works is the fact that prior to them releasing this termination, while Selen was still suspended, presumably while they were still trying to pressure her to sign a silencing contract, or a contract saying that she'll shut up about this and not talk about it anymore, Selen's lawyer, because they haven't been getting any response from Niji's management, decides to send her personal account of her grievances with Nii to management. Management sees this account. It mistakes it for a public statement that Selen is going to go public. It mistakes it for a public statement that Selen is planning to post on Twitter later, and then they hit the panic button. This notice was already written, but everything else had not been planned yet. So they released the notice, but this time they weren't so lucky. Their victim was ready. Doki, lying in wait, ready, with her lawyer's pre-prepared statement written, goes on Twitter. Within an hour, I think, of them posting the termination notice, she fires back. And what she reveals is so significant that Nii has absolutely zero hope of ever possibly disputing that with the same sort of attempts at faking being the victim that they used with Zaion or Yugo. Because let's not forget that people almost completely forgot about Yugo and people almost completely wrote off Zaion. So in this case, like I said before, they had prepared the statement, the termination notice, but they hadn't prepared anything besides the notice, which means that what would have been 3 separate streams across 3 different livers talking about how much Selen fucked them over got condensed and rushed into one stream that was then aired on Illyra's channel. And that is where we find ourselves. This was when Niji's management first realized they could use the other talents as a PR weapon. This was when they tried it for the first time, and this was when they tried and failed. But that leaves one more question still. Why are these livers getting picked on in particular? And this is the next part of my theory, which is that, well, not my theory, the theories that have been going on that I'm trying to string together into one master rat, which is, well, I mean, it's nothing new, really, if you've been paying attention to the situation. But it's that Niji hates success that happens outside of Niji. And I don't mean success that happens after the talents leave Niji, because, like, that's taken for granted at this point. You will probably be more successful at, in life outside of Niji than you will be in Niji, let's be honest. But I mean success that is outside of what Niji is willing to give, or outside of what management is willing to help with. We know this from Saiyu, as in CYYU, not Saiyu synchronicity, because he had done an interview with Niji before, and he said in his account of what had transpired is Niji's management asked him, would you be able to quit your voiceover career to work at Niji? And because he said no, he was, again, he was sort of written off. But this already gives us a slight inkling of the idea that Niji does not want the livers to have any sort of success outside of what they might get with them. Then you have Selen. Then you have Selen, someone who is very obviously ambitious. She has a vision for how she wants content creation to go. She wants events, she wants competitions, she wants fan work, she wants, fan artwork, she wants, fan tournaments, whatever, right? And again, this isn't something that management wants to give. So by the time that you get to the end of her career, she's already made herself out to be a target that management wants to essentially beat up on, to the point where she gets terminated. Yugo, or as his new identity is, or as their new identity is, Unnamed, had a concert earlier on this year with Shoto. This is not the hallmark of someone who lacks ambition. This is an artist that is crying out to make shit. And as we all know, or we should know at this point, that doesn't go over well with Niji. Some people are going to be allowed to make shit, cough cough, a certain red demon, but for all others, not as much. So again, already we have a common theme of, Niji taking issue with people who have ambitions and visions outside of what Niji can give. Then you have Saiyu, who had a pretty successful, at least in my opinion, career before joining Niji. Pretty visible, pretty big Genshin streamer, I would assume. She's got a NordVPN sponsorship, although, I don't know, maybe it's just the fact that I am an even small creator, which blows the proportions off slightly. But again, success outside of Niji that she's walking in with. So, we have a common thread here, which is that Niji is discriminating against people who have success either prior to joining or who have ambitions that are outside of what they want to grant. In addition to that, Pomu is also someone else who had vision. She had that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that she wanted to pursue, but it was blocked from her, and she was not given a reason for it. And what all of that leads me to conclude is that Niji has favorites. I know, right? Groundbreaking. But I don't just mean that they have favorites. It's not a situation of, oh, this is our largest talent, they're juicing on social media, therefore, naturally, they'll probably have more help that they require from managers. No, it's not that kind of favoritism. It's artificial favoritism. It's what happens when instead of fertilizing a tree that's bearing a lot of fruit, you cut down all the other trees that are approaching it in size. Because these are all opportunities that are blocked from them, or issues that are taken with them because they are being punished for being ambitious and or being successful. And this is not normal in a corporation. This is not normal in a corporate environment. Because again, something is going very wrong. There were rats happening around the time that Pomu's situation came out. That Niji's management had picked a favorite who they wanted to be the face of the company, and it was speculated that Pomu getting that once in a lifetime opportunity would have messed with that. But again, it's just a rat. I want to really reiterate that it's just a rat. But it's kind of hard not to believe it when you look at all of this circumstantial evidence. So, two things. That's how they got their termination strategy. This is why they're implementing that termination strategy. In Niji, your head is cut down if it peaks too high above the others. So, the next thing I want to get to is just expanding on the idea of folk devils a little bit. So, naturally, when I'm making these videos, right, I have to cut down quite a bit of content for the sake of brevity, for the sake of making it concise, so that it's an easily digestible video. What that also means is that I don't really emphasize having citations or anything, but these are two papers that that I have linked underneath in the video description that I really do recommend you read. Because if you take away anything from this, I want you to understand how folk devils and moral panics work a little bit better. So again, you can see when it's being used in real life, and you can protect yourself from being manipulated as a result of that. So the first paper is Deviance and Moral Panics. This is basically talking more about how the process of how folk devils are created. And the second one is called Considering the Agency of Folk Devils. And the reason why I recommend these two papers in particular alongside one another. So again, first off, the list that you see at the bottom of the description in every video is considerably smaller than the list of the papers I go through. It's just a summarized version. And this is like a summary of a summary, if you will. So the reason why I recommend these two together is because this explains how folk devils are made, and this explains the importance of not viewing folk devils as just objects, and understanding how complex and unpredictable a moral panic or an environment where folk devils can be created can actually be. Okay, so with the first one, deviation amplification is the process of creating a folk devil. And this is so again, when I'm explaining what creates a folk devil, I have to cut down on what is said in the paper or papers. So deviation amplification is essentially a process of initially isolating someone and then watching them respond to being isolated in a negative way, and then using their negative behavior as a reason to further isolate them. So this was the original version of meme them until they cry, then make memes about them crying. Media organizations were doing this long before the internet ever existed. And again, with the actual process of deviation amplification, in the video, I summarized the process of making folk devils into like a 4-step process, but it's really condensed down from a 6-step process. So first, you have the emergence of a threat. Then that threat is presented in mainstream media or other sources of media as it is stereotyped by those mass media orgs or other media sources as a threat. Then moral boundaries are set up. This is the very important step here, where not only is a threat made out to be obvious and in the public, we then need to set moral boundaries. We need to explain, why is this so bad? What morality does this offend, right? This is why whenever VTweeters do call-outs on other creators, like for example the Bowberry thing, this is why it was never enough to just say, I don't like the fact that you are using this toggle on your model. I am personally offended. You are threatening me. This is why they always need to make it up as a bigger issue that applies to more people than just them. This is the setting up of the moral boundaries. It's not that you offend me. It's that you are setting out to target all people with PCOS, right? Blowing up the scale of a threat to really hammer home why it is one. Then you have socially accredited experts in quotation marks, arrive to give their diagnosis. Basically, when everyone comes in from the side with steel chairs trying to say, oh, this is why it's bad, this is why you're evil, this is why you should be cancelled, etc., etc. And then finally, you have the copium. Ways of coping are evolved or resorted to. Essentially, just, as the situation develops, as the moral panic gets worse, people develop different ways of coping. On Twitter, people resort to quote retweeting, reposting, flaming, harassing, doxing, whatever. In real life, for example, when the toilet paper thing was going down, people resorted to just buying out more toilet paper. In both of these examples, the situation got worse as a result of, the ways of coping, but that's taken for granted. Brandon Bicknell, that if you failed in some metric and are on watch, that's exactly what it is. Cry bullying. Yep. That is exactly what this is. And then number 6, the problem is resolved because it either is completely obscured because it's become completely irrelevant, or in the situations where it's really, really bad, and this is what we saw with Zaion, the problem is made, this doesn't just happen once. This happens in cycles where the problem in quotation marks, is repeatedly made more and more visible, exposed to more and more criticism, harassment, condemnation, whatever, until finally they fall off. They are destroyed completely to ever emerge publicly again, and that's that. Thankfully, this didn't actually happen with Zaion, because, Sayu's still alive and kicking, even though Niji has done its best to do otherwise. But you did see how this became a thing, because the harassment didn't end the day that they posted the notification, the notice that she was being terminated. It's still going on, albeit to a lesser extent. So I hope that this gives you a better understanding of exactly how moral panics happen. And again, this was the lightning metaphor that I used earlier, right? Okay, okay. Because I really want to hammer home the idea that folk devils have zero correlation to how you are as a person or what you're like as a person, I'm going to compare 2 different examples of folk devils in media. One that basically had their career temporarily killed as a result of being turned into a folk devil, and the other that had their career go to the moon because of being turned into a folk devil, right? And again, you might the knee-jerk reaction to this comparison might just be to instantly write it off, snort, and go, Lamau, imagine. But, again, hear me out, this is important. So, something that you'll notice if I want you to cast your minds back to when Andrew Tate first started blowing up, his brand was, your life as a man sucks, and I can help you with that, right? This was the core of his business proposal. He was a misogynist. He has recently been charged with human trafficking. I dare say he is not a top G. But he was a businessman, and he was a businessman that managed to succeed and gain traction because of those 2 premises. Now, if you cast your mind back and remember what the initial media, the media attention around him in the early stages centered around, it was all about misogyny. It was all about, oh, Andrew Tate is so horrible. He's influencing our men and boys to become misogynists, to hate women. And they turned him into a folk devil because Andrew Tate is not the biggest problem society is facing. His whole career is filling a gap that is being left because society in general, especially in the West, has a very poor understanding of men's mental health. And as a result of that, when you don't have actual people to come and help men with being depressed or not having a purpose in life or not knowing how to be masculine in a healthy way, yeah, he's a terrible person, but he's the only option for some of these people. And when the media swooped in and tried to make him a folk devil for this reason, he exploded. Not only was his career unaffected by the media attention, it actually got stronger because of it. And the reason was, all of the media attention around making him a folk devil did not attack the premise of his business. His business was always aimed at giving men a feeling of fulfillment. Being a misogynist is besides the point of that. So a lot of media's thing was talking about, oh no, look at what Andrew Tate is doing to women, without any emphasis on, oh no, he's a fraud of a man. Because let's be honest, when he did start falling off in mainstream media, that was more because people started making fun of, one, the people that actually fell for his grift, and two, the fact that he's not a masculine ideal, and the fact that he is presenting himself as one is kind of laughable. But again, he didn't fall off because the media ran with the misogynist angle. He fell off because people started seeing through his bullshit about how he was going to help men. Because again, he lost the main premise of his appeal. And when you're looking at folk devils, a very important thing to keep in the back of your mind is that, again, whether a folk devil is completely destroyed or gets stronger as a result of being turned into one is mostly due to how the premise of their identity is being attacked. And on top of that, I want to reiterate yet again, I'm giving you this comparison because I really want you to get into your head that being a folk devil has nothing to do with what you're like as a person. Remember, the most famous folk devil in history was literally Jesus Christ. And the other folk devils can be something as, well, it can be like Andrew Tate. Yeah, Brandon, you'll notice that less misogynist proper masculinity advocates are not covered or being given visibility. Exactly, because they've fallen off naturally. The problem with the grift is that it never lasts. It'll fall off on its own. But again, I hope you guys can see what I mean by saying that this is like this is an example of like a folk devil from mainstream media, and why this process of turning him into one didn't work against him, but for him. On the complete opposite side of the spectrum, you have Zaion. So when you have VTubers that are debuting as part of a generation, part of the premise of their appeal is that they are a group of friends that will support one another in becoming big, or that you are tuning into content that comes from creators, individual creators that you like, and a group that is friends with one another. To some extent, with any content creator, part of their appeal will hinge on the fact that they are a likable person. So when Nii went out and turned Zaion into a folk devil by attacking her character as a person, the basis, the premise of her appeal was gone. Because again, people were calling her a PDF file. They were calling her a struggle cuddle comedian. They were calling her a backstabber. So again, all of these things make it almost impossible to like Zaion as a person, which is why turning her into a folk devil didn't work for her against her, because the premise of her appeal was being attacked directly. And again, just to reiterate, Zaion did not deserve this, right? And the fact that she shares the same sort of the same thing was done to her as was done to Andrew Tate, I hope illustrates the point that it could be done to literally anybody, given the right environment. All right, so yeah, the next thing was what I was going to like kind of rant about a little bit. So, okay, this is going to sorry, give me a second to get my brain in order for what I'm about to say. Okay, so the thing that bothered a lot of people with Hex's statement was that they could feel that something was off, that something was gross. But I think chances are a lot of you might not have had, the same sort of articulation of the fact of the tokenization of victimhood, the use of it as a currency for authority, etc., etc. So a lot of people, when they were first reacting to Hex's statement, defaulted to like fixating on his hypocrisy, or talking about how he does like consensual non-consent ASMR roleplay, even though he claims to be a victim of SA, or even claiming that he flat out lied about being a victim of SA. And again, I really don't think that any of those criticisms stand on their own. Because the fundamental problem was always the fact that his victimhood was being used in a fucked up way. And the takeaway from this whole like interaction between audiences and Hex. Mr. I remain unaffected. Okay, I won't lie. Hex doesn't make it easy to defend him. But yeah, people, like I said earlier, people generally aren't stupid. They can intuit things. Like, people know that something's wrong, even if they don't have the words to describe it. And this is something that I want to really get across. The thing that makes it feel so wrong is not just the message that was being delivered, which is that Zaion is a horrible person, etc., etc. It was also the way in which that message was being conveyed. And that brings me to the next thing. The medium is the message. If any of you guys have watched video essays on any form of media in the past, you've probably heard this phrase before. The medium is the message. Basically said by a guy called Marshall McLuhan, who was a Canadian philosopher and media academic. And essentially, what this phrase means is that the way you deliver a message to somebody is a message in and of itself. It changes the contents of the message. When we hear the word mediator, we associate it with, like, a neutral third party who is trying to help two opposing parties communicate with one another. The thing is, what does it mean to be a mediator? To be a mediator, you essentially have to act as a filter. So what that means is you absorb a message, you process it, maybe change it slightly so that it won't be as hurtful to the other person, and then you pass it on. A medium is the same principle. It's a method of passing on a message that also ends up changing the message in some way, or at least adding something onto it that might not have been there initially. And to give you an example, because I find that the most extreme examples tend to work with the most amount of people the first time. Let's say that two people wanted to send you a death threat. Let's say that they wanted to send one to you so bad that they went to a Google Doc that they shared with one another and collaborated on writing it. Let's say that by the end of the day, the two of them have the same copy of the same death threat. Word for word, phrase for phrase, paragraph for paragraph, the exact same thing. One of them downloads it as a PDF, attaches it to an email, and emails it to your public email address. The other downloads it as a PDF, prints it out onto a piece of paper, tapes that paper onto a brick, and throws that brick through your window. The exact same message, but two very different acts of communication that have resulted in ultimately two very different messages being delivered, right? So again, this is... I'm only just seeing the reactions to the analogy in chat. Oh, you poor souls. Okay, so yeah, this is exactly what I mean, where the way you deliver a message, the medium you use to deliver a message, affects the meaning to the point where it becomes a message in and of itself. With the email, it's just, I don't like you. With the brick, it's, I don't like you and I can hurt you. So what I mean by, so the whole point of all of this is getting across the idea that the medium you use to convey a message will end up shaping the message in some way. This is the most important thing that I want you to realize. If nothing else, I want you to understand this. The talents at Nii, they are not mediators. They are the medium. They are the thing that Nii is using, the tools that Nii are using to communicate with the public. And part of the reason for that is because they don't have a spokesperson from management. So this is the only kind of like public-facing, this is the only public-facing medium that Nii has access to right now. These guys, they are the medium through which Niji's management is able to communicate with the public. And something else is, like I said, every medium has its own different effect on the message that it's being used to convey. What happens when you use talents as a medium to convey professional disagreements with your staff? Those professional disagreements become personal ones. By using the talents as a medium for talking about their terminations, talking about the talents that they terminate, everything becomes a personal dispute. Everything becomes a matter of personal opinion, right? And again, no ethical corporation would ever pull this shit, but it is something that Nii has very much proven that they are both willing to do and will do in a heartbeat. So it's very important that when you look at these livers, you don't just look at them as people. You also acknowledge that, again, they are the medium through which management will try to speak to you. Oh, by the way, this is actual Niji promotional material. I didn't edit this. This is real, apparently. So yeah, that's kind of depressing, but it is what it is. And I think, yep, that is the end of the slideshow as well. So that covers the cut content, that covers the rats, that covered how I made that video. I hope you learned something. I hope this live stream was good for you guys. It was very nice to be able to talk about this with you guys. And I really appreciate you giving me your time to like watch my content, sit through this stream as well. But yeah, I hope you benefited from it in some way. It creates rats that talent our management. Exactly. And to be honest, that's probably what Niji wants, more likely than not, because that takes heat off actual management. So yeah, all right. This might, yes. Okay, so ending the stream is going to be a little bit of a little funny because we'll be doing it on a 3-minute delay. But I want to raid Sayu, so I'm going to be ending the stream. But if any of you guys want to keep watching content, please go over to Sayu and well. Enjoy your time over there. I'll see you when I next have content to bring to you guys. So until then, see yous.